Good morning, everyone, and welcome on in. We are here with the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge, day 1 for everyone to join in. I was just doing the final little bit of sharing everything, but I think that'll do. Welcome in. How is everybody doing? We got Sean with 13, RJ in the lurk, and Ghosty. Hello, good morning. I know the page doesn't officially open until about 3 minutes past 9 because time is a thing that I didn't know was a problem. I am going to do one little thing that's going to be a bit different than what I had originally planned to do. I am still going for these main targets, but there is something that is extremely difficult to do in this game, and that is going to be Cherubi. Yes, Cherubi is haunting us once again. I don't have any what's. So I'm going to go and just headbutt every tree in the wild area. So that'll be like my start routine every day. Because let's be honest, we need both of them, and I don't know if you can soft reset this, but once you get one, I don't think you can get it again. We have had a few requests put in of what people would like, so there is quite a lot on there. I know it's either Squovert or Cherubi, so I kind of just got to go with what we can go with. And a good morning, Mrs. Astro. How are we doing? I keep trying to roll, but I just end up bringing up the title screen. Oh. Well, you keep trying to roll. Oh, like this. From Arceus. Yes, I know that feeling. I do that on Scarlet and Violet. A lot. I know, like this. I know a few people questioned about the bike. Because you don't get the bike until after you go through the first gym. But the reality is, if you're going to Shiny Hunt, you won't need to travel around too much. It's just the first bit that's annoying, right? That is my thinking. I really don't completely know where Cherubi is, like spawn-wise. I'm pretty sure it's only in trees, and I haven't actually unlocked Route 3 and 4 yet. So, yeah, I haven't even got False Swipe. Did you manage to get everything set up, Mrs. Astro? I know you were working your way through it last night. What were your chosen Pokemons? Okay, well, at least we know Cherubi turns up. At least we know that is a thing. Just need to learn Fly. Oh, you should get that just by doing... Oh, you might have to beat up the baddies. Team Yell. And then you should be good. I don't really care if I don't get the berries. I'm going to be honest. I'm just doing this for the encounters. Just for your information, I did do the whole of the start with only the starter and giving them an Auron Berry. All the first battles with Team Yell without needing to worry, so you should be fine with just a Grookey. So using a save file you set up for DAs, I've just passed the first gym. But have a save file for a while. Also check the Pokemon that has battled less than 19. As long as you're not gonna catch anything, I guess we'll be okay. On Route 5. If that makes sense. And you won't be able to enter anything over level 20 if you do stumble upon one in the Isle of Armor. That makes sense. I've done all the battles up to the ceremony with just the Grookey, yeah. And I think once you go through the ceremony, you get Fly. I'm pretty sure that's how you get it. And now that you've learnt that you can switch the cutscenes off, right? You say, so in this game you cannot catch anything over. I'll show you on the trainer card. It's not a rule, you just are not allowed to. The game won't let you. So if you're on this page here, Pokemon up to level 20 will listen to you. The trainer can catch Pokemon up to level 20. So that's the thing. Because I do know it is quite frustrating to ask someone to set up yet another save file. You only have the Gift Eevee Starter and Galarian and Slowpoke, all under 20, but I have a Ninja from the DH. Yeah, you can have anything over 20 on your team, you just can't enter a shiny. What I mean is, if you do have that first badge, you will technically be able to catch Pokemon up to level 25, I think it is. You'll have to check your trainer ID. It tells you on there. But because it's a new save that hasn't gone further, it's a bit of a pain to make someone do another save on top. So you can't catch, but you can get. Like, I've got mine here. Like, the idea is to try, if you're going to go for Sizzlipede, you want this ability, you want Flash Fire, because it'll increase the fire spawns. If you're going to go for a grass type, you would like Harvest. It will increase your grass spawns. If you want an electric, you want Lightning Rod or Static. I don't have a problem if you're taking a battle like or your level 65s around with you. That's not a problem. Like, they're not. If you catch a shiny, you catch a shiny. It's just not going to count. And just be careful not to do too many DAs, because there are some things later in the game that will. A DA battle counts as a battle as such. So just be a little bit cautious of that if you are going to pick the same thing. It just means that might be something you don't go for. And I can show you what I mean. Me and my rookie. I would suggest getting one though, Mrs. Astro, just in case you end up against something strong by accident and you don't have a way to escape. Even if you just do 2 DAs. So the example is, mine's a bit difficult because I put my shinies in here for the shiny box, the shiny vault. So this is the example. I have not, I've got a shiny Crosswell now. Okay, what have I got? Kingler. So I fought a Kingler in a DA. I've battled one. So according to the rules, I can't. If I hit 19, that's going to be over the limit to what I will increase the Kingler spawns, but I could get a Krabby. It's just trying. Again, it's to do with trying to keep everyone honest. That's the only reason I've got it in here, because I believe it only increases it increases the brilliant auras, if that makes sense. So the reason why I mentioned the Watchtower Ruins is this. So this is an overworld, so this is a very strong. If it ever says very strong, you cannot catch it. So the Watchtower Ruins are not a place we can go. For the overworlds, but just for the sake of it, where are they? Where are they? That's so in the grass. Yes, there'll be a Vulpix. Okay, I don't know exactly what we're going to get, but we will have lower than 20. So if you're doing the Watchtower Ruins, you can only do the random encounters at the start. So that is something to take a little bit of a note of. Because what I meant was, I don't know if any of you at all have been to the Watt Farmer yet. We can use the overworld encounters. So this area, so if we were to use this area as an example, so this, wait, let's just make sure it's changed. This must be a new area because it's a Bunnelby. So this will be R level 9. So you can do the overworlds. It's just that area you cannot catch. So I can prove that you can't catch it as well if you want. Like it doesn't really matter. It's not going to knock me out, because that's why I say get the strong team. So this says very strong again, but I think it's 20, the level cap to it as such. So it says I can't throw a Pokeball. So yeah, no worries. I'm gonna go get my DA and find the shiny bee. You do know where the bee spawned, right? You've done that research. I hope. Good. And we have also said we prefer not to do the weather manipulation. Exactly, Robin. Why not? Why not cause us pain? If only I could get the bike. What I would say though, Goatee, is preferably if you are doing just the random encounter area, try not to use the bike just for the even late lap. But if you're running around to get to a place, it's fine. Because then if there is a clip of you doing it, and people will say why you want a bike. If you get what I mean. No, I wasn't saying you, Mrs. Astro. We know, like, the thing is, nobody is technically meant to have the bike, but if somebody has got a save, like Ghosty has, just to do the Dynamax adventures with one badge, it's gonna be okay to accept it. Like, they 100% will not have the shiny charm. So. Welcome in, a Mystic Fox. How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge. Day 1 for the community people involved. How was your stream? And what were you up to? For this challenge, we are trying to get a shiny living dex at fullest of full odds as possible, which means that we have to basically catch 319 shiny Pokemon as a community without using any improved odds. So you played a lot with Delphox today. Played as in you killed a lot of them. Oh no, that's not good, I would like to think. Is there a tree up there? The other thing to slowly consider working on is the Diglets. Normally not. Okay. That's perfect. That's okay. I don't think I can do. Do what, Robin? Do what? Oh, we got applins in these. Okay, that's not good. But we usually do a switch to a living dex, but today we are doing this challenge because why not? We want to practice and get better at full odds. It was going to be a personal quest, journey, challenge, whatever term you want to use. But a lot of people showed interest, so we opened it up for everyone to join. Why don't you think you can do it, Robin? Just out of interest. If this was Gen 9, I have a few spare shinies you can donate. If the thing with this challenge is we are being very, very strict with it. That's why it's sort of make a dummy profile and do a fresh save sort of rule. That's kind of what we've sort of set up. Like you don't need the internet to do it. You just need to be able to do it. No, I get that. Like, the reality is we're probably only going to be taking anything that was caught after the 2nd of May, which is today. We are being a little bit stricter than we are on the Dex 2026 challenge. Well, at the end of the day, this is meant to sort of get everyone into the more of the fuller of fullish odds that you can do on the Switch. And why not do it this way? Like, I'm sure it'll be one of these where everyone's like, yeah, it's going to be fun. And then within a couple of months, a few people have dropped out. A few more people might join. So, yeah, it's one of them. But it was meant to be a Professor Oak's challenge, but I decided to reword it. Well, I think Chad helped reword it for me. So that we could basically have it as our little own rules. Someone says sword and shield for lots. I know, Brett. I know. Still 1 in 4,000. I'll be here for a bit, but have to leave early since you've got to concert. No worries, no worries. But thank you again for the raid. Thank you, thank you. That's kind of what we wanted. Like, the goal is always to introduce more people to more shiny hunting. But how are you doing today, Brett? I think the key thing to note is I think shiny hunting needs to have different access points for people. I think it's very important that not everything has to be the 1 in 8,000, but not everything needs to be the lowest of low odds that you get in ZAs. But you need to get people into it first. And this, I think, is a nice middle ground from the people that have enjoyed a ZA, but would like to do something a little bit more challenging. Because, let's be honest, like, Fire Red Leaf Green, the limited pool of Pokemon is not as attractive as well. So this is kind of why we're doing it this way. Shiny hunting equals shiny hunting. Exactly, exactly. As I said, this was going to be a personal challenge, but in the end, everyone wanted to get involved, so we thought we would open the door, let everyone join. It is something that you would have to be in the Discord to join, because we do want to be able to communicate if things are done incorrectly, rather than what or you can sort of do, or if there are questions, that's the best place to be asking if we're not live, etc. The reason I picked Ivysaur is because I believe I can reteach it Sleep Powder if need be as well. So that is another little side goal to it. Uh-oh, Red Wings is being kept awake. And got their 8th badge. Congratulations. I want to point out it's not saying nobody can get involved, but I just want to be able to have the communication, which you can't always have with some of the other events. If I get a shiny Regirock, not yet, no. The only Pokemon that can be redeemed are the ones that we've put on the Shiny Dex tracker, unless somebody knows one that has been missed, if that makes sense. Because it is easy to miss one, let's be honest. It's very difficult to figure out what exactly is catchable in this first area. I've only done the first area. But if you are interested in joining, Brett, you'll just have to let me know and I can add you to the event and everything. There should be a roles page. You should be able to select the role called SPVC, the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge, which will open up a couple of others. You will stick to Wooloo for safety. Nice. I hope you get it soon, because I know someone else has wanted to do Wooloo. But they've asked for 5 things, so I'm going to just tell them to hold off on the Wooloo. This is sort of the path if you want to get the watts, so that's why I'm doing it. Like the reality is there could be some people who just want to get one thing shiny and this gives them their extra little push to go for it. I mean, we need to, yeah. They've pretty much asked to do 5 things, and all on Route 1. So, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm trying just to If somebody wants to take part and really wants to go for one specific target, I'm really trying to let them go for it for a couple of months first. If they haven't got it after a couple of months or a month, then it's free game, but they get the first go at it. You did transfer all the shines you got in Sword years ago already into Home, but I don't have any dupes, so I can't really pop them in the challenge. Well, the thing with this is you would have to have a new save to do it. You're not actually giving me any of the shinies, you're just taking the photos of them. That's the only thing you would be doing. So what we've sort of asked for people to do in this challenge is you will need to take this picture here to show that you don't have any badges. We'll have a couple of exceptions, like then we would also ask for these pictures here. We can use a shiny as an example. So we can get this picture here. So you want this one that says your trainer ID, and this one that shows the date you got it. And the final one will be, this is more of an extra to say that you weren't getting the brilliant aura. We'll use Tudor again because we've already used it. So on the Pokedex, if you make it on the shiny page, you can see how many you've battled. So it's proof that you've got the shiny and you've only battled one. This is trainer battles. The dream is like 0. At the end of the day, if someone gets it, you won't be pressed on how things work. Some people in Kanto spent 17 hours going for the target and got it sniped. Yeah. I get that. Because it's like 300 targets in this first segment, that's why I just want to let someone, like, if maybe it'd be sort of a rule, once we hit 100, it's free reign. Like the person that also did want the Wooloo. That is so much pages. Yes, it's just trying to be very strict. Like, again, it was going to be my personal challenge. And these were going to be my personal rules. 0 increased spawn or increased shiny odds in any way, shape or form. I don't want people breeding yet. Yeah, the difference is if I see someone straight, for example, if Ghosty streamed it and caught one on stream, then I don't need all of the capture pictures. I can use the clip as the acceptance, but it's just trying to it's trying to keep people honest. Like, the thing is, where it's more of a closed event where it's like you have to ask to join, it's going to be a bit easier to do, if that makes sense. But it's more the people that are doing it casually, if that makes sense. Like, doing it on the side, that's why we ask for all the pictures. So if you are going to go for what farming, you got to come and see this guy here. I don't have anything, so he can't do much for me. So, shiny hunting is sorcerer. Okay. So are you interested in jumping into this challenge as well, Brett? This is the only bit that is extremely complicated for no apparent reason. This map here, the Pot Bottom Desert, on Sword, we'll just find a encounter. We'll just get the sand arm. This is going to be between 19 and 24, but on Shield it's 11 to 15, from what I can see by all the notes. So this area is the most annoying thing. This is a place where Shield players need to be going for the targets, basically. So it's going to make it quite difficult. So yeah, you've joined the Discords as well. So did you pick the role, or should I give you the role? Should I have a look? Did you take the role? I don't know if it works properly. My bot thing hide. So I have now given you the role in the Discord. which means that you can now do like the request to join bit, if that makes sense. And that is your 9th badge, Trev. Congratulations. But I was just showing where you go to get the basics of this. I'm going back to Route 1. I'm doing the random encounters today. And then you can put your Shiny Dex account and all of that detail in there. Your preferred early route hunts, everything on the events page is what we need before we get the first badge, basically. I picked this area. Are we able to shiny to do soft reset full odds or just power encounter? We can do the soft resets if you feel comfortable doing them. So one of the examples is, I believe some of the stuff on the Isle of Armor is soft reset only at level 20. The main thing is to I want to put a bit of a point on the idea is not to have any gym badges. I know, like, we can do the exception if someone has got just one, but if I don't want it to be someone coming along with 8 badges and then wants to join because they can catch everything, it's not going to add to the frustration that can happen from this challenge. If that makes sense. Like, you don't need the internet, so it's easy just to set up a dummy profile for it all. Yeah, it's basically a Professor Oak's challenge with the twist that it is the encounter Pokemon only. More than anything else, that is the goal of it. This was always my plan. I wanted to get something on Route 1 before I really advance, and I want to do one of the bugs. I want the bugs. I'm not too worried about the overworld ones. And when you are setting up a new game, my tip, if you do have the DLC, is to just go all the way to the bit where you get Fly, go and unlock the Watt Farmer, because you will want Pokeballs. More than, if I don't know what people's preferred choice of catching stuff is in, but I wanted luxury balls, so I went and got the Watt Farmer. You could gamble with the Digging Mar as well, see if you can get 2 rounds. One of my saves I did, the other save I didn't. And then do a couple of Dynamax adventures and just get a couple of level 60s. I do have fresh save almost on the wild area in the base of the game. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. That's why if you see in the Discord, I've put the sort of pictures you need to put in when you enter it all in. Again, if you are doing it on stream, you can put the clips in. I'm trying to be strict, but not pushing people out of getting involved. If that makes sense. That's the big goal for it. But I know there are some soft resets, because some of the Pokemon on the list are exclusively one spawn that is level 20. So that is a frustrating one to go for. And there is also a little bit of a list that sort of says the things that have been asked by people to get first, so that the sort of the proverbial gentleman's agreement, as they might call it, is to try not to target any of those Pokemon. For at least the first month. And if there is something that you really want to go for, please put it in there. I've asked for up to 5. You can just put 1. It's completely your choice. Like, there is no wrong thing to do. But I just want to make sure everybody has a chance to go for the thing they would like to first. Because there are some, like, crazy and ridiculously difficult hunts to do in this. Like, there's a 1% fishing Pukumuku, and I think 5% fishing Wishy-Washy, so they're already going to take up most of the time. So, but we've hit the Adlands, so we will pause for a moment. We don't want to do any of this in the Adlands. But I'm just hoping people will be interested to join in. It'll get going. I think the more frustrating thing from my point of view would be is if everybody's like, oh, we'll join. They get 2 shinies, and then after a month, not many people want to play. Hello, Pokemon Gamer. How are we doing? Straight into the Adlands for Pokemon Gamer. Uh-oh. Hence no pictures. No shinies or anything. I was trying to learn how camping works as well. Let's just see how many berries we got. And we got to get a chunk. Oh, I bought them, didn't I? To do the beginning of the game. I guess we'll wait for the Adlands to finish. So I got some diorite ore, which I could swap as well. Oh yeah, you only get the apricots. I don't know what they do. But what else do we have? Like, there is nothing stopping you progressing the story to get the cub foo as well if you want. Because you'll be able to win everything pretty quickly. Okay, we are back from the Adlands. Welcome back. How are you doing today? Number 85 for Pokemon Gamer. I am doing the random encounters here at the moment. Like, my goal is to get something out of the random encounters. But again, if there are any questions, don't be worried about asking them. There aren't really any wrong questions. You don't have the DLC on your old profile on the Switch, so it's going to have to... You don't... If you've got the DLC attached to that Switch, you should be able to use the DLC on any profile. You don't need NSO to do it. The best way to check... Like, some of my profile... I've got all of these profiles on here, and I've got 7 profiles on this system. And they can all use the DLC, because it's connected to the system, not connected to the profile, the DLC. But it doesn't make too much difference, because then your targets could be going for the base game ones. There's still a load to do on there. I think what I want to try and do is get one off each route at a time. Yeah, though I don't have Sword DLC, just the Shield one. Okay. Oh, so you... I get it, I get it. The other thing for this challenge is you can, if you want to, have a save file on both games. Like, I've got 4 save files for this set up. Will be more challenge. Yes. I think this is going to be like 4 times a week we're going to be doing this. So we're getting a bit carried away, but I don't know when to go and start going for the Pukamuku, but maybe at some point we will. But I also forgot I should have done this. You can also follow along with a Mystic Fox who had Mystic Kill Fox. Yeah. Who did raid us earlier, who does do a lot of some Pokemon challenges, did do some other games as well, so it does do some randomizers. So if you do want to follow along, feel free. And again, thank you again for the raid. I have still not got any shinies, no. No shinies. Well, we haven't touched this since we did the idea it was going to be a personal challenge. So we're back to here again. Then it's sort of almost like the reboot that it's going to be an open challenge for everybody to take part in. That's the goal. So why not go for the harder version? I'll be doing that and playing some Star Wars related soon. Oh, very nice, very nice. I know this is the area that Pokemon Gamer wants to hunt in as well, but I do want something. I want one of the bugs. No worries. have a safe journey. We'll see you on the other side. Get this one. Like Grubbin, I don't know where else it turns up, and Canopy is also relatively locked, I think. It would be nice if I was the one that got the first shiny. I will say that, but I doubt it will be. Last time we did do 750, but that was also doing a bit of introductions, a bit of... we did stop for a quick game on Champions as well, so... I did see a guy make a big vid about not getting a shiny Wooloo during the whole duration of the video was Gen 8 was a fresh start. It is one of the harder ones, I will say that. Like, you're still at 1 in 4,000 odds. I know it's not the hardest of odds, but the last second of the video was the shiny appeared. Yeah, that sounds like a normal hunt in some of these games. I know somebody who did 10,000 on an encounter on one of the Pokemon in this game, so I can understand it completely. You're giving me a head start. You plan to start soon. No worries, no worries. I know a few other people did it as well, so... and it was Jawitz. Okay, I don't know who that is, but... and then didn't get the RT games, get shiny Wooloo just randomly at the first. I have almost the opposite. I was going for Wooloo for the Switch 2 challenge, and on that save file I have 5 badges, but I do have the shiny charm. And I had battled 20 Squoverts and I got a shiny Squovert. While Wooloo took nearly 2,000 encounters over 2 save files with shiny charm. So it works both ways. And because everybody keeps picking Wooloo for the Scroll of Destiny, I do also need to get it that way. But now the event is open, I will see... I can hunt the Grubbin. You can. You would like to go for Grubbin as well? Is that you want to get the whole line or prefer just the Grubbin? What's up? How are you doing? I don't know too much of the RT like my buddy does, but there is still that stuff. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. There is a baby Magby in the chat. Like, I had planned this out to be like such a big project of my own. I'd set up a collection and everything for it. I've got the paperwork to do this. A full list of every encounter to tick off. Just the first being stuck on from the previous tower. Okay. If I get the Grubbin, I will just evolve it to the Charger Bug. How about that? When it does come to evolving, there is an element of planning not to go over the battle numbers. You can also do trading if need be. The Charger Bus is coming indeed. They're kicking myself because you already said no. That's not fair. I'm sorry. Hopefully it'll be a quick redeem. There is a Brie with 130 stream streak lurking in the shadows. Will we get something today? That's the question. We got a couple of catches. Shiny Eevee was reset too fast. That's why I'm really reluctant to go back to that game, because it's so easy to just get yourself into the program to reset as such. I can imagine just how frustrating it is. I know when I was doing... I've only done like 700 and I got a bit frustrated with it. Well, I'm sure you'll get the redeem again. I'm sure it will pop up. If you've done it once, you can get it again. And the fact, I'm assuming you've got a long way through the game and got a few other ones. So you've got the patience to get it again, and it'll be even more rewarding when you do. That's the big thing. Yeah, it's probably one of the quickest compared to what you do on the Switch, isn't it? The Switch games, like having to actually close the game. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully you get it quickly. As I said, my plan is to get one per route, and then I may focus on some more interesting things. Oh, what was the other one that you reset over? Was it one of the starters? Uh, um, they might be at the shop, so just be aware they might not reply, Brett. Bulbasaur, okay. But we've seen even the people doing it who have been doing it for years do it as well, so at least you're not the only one to have done it. There's a few people out there doing it. And you didn't do it live on stream, shall we say. Uh, it's just that they mentioned they were popping off to the shop about 5 minutes or so ago, so I don't know if they can see chat and everything. But Bob was really nice, got the reclaim in 91. Let's see if you can get that twice in a row. Hopefully you could. Okie dokie. I don't know what's happening. Why are we getting all the squirrels? Before I forget, my buddy is the same cool, doing a legendary solo in Platinum. He started right after third gym, when the stream started 12:30 EST, and now he beat the whole game in like 4 hours. Yep, that sounds... I do like some speedruns, right? There are some very good speedrunners out there. It's always interesting seeing all of the games and the different speedrun techniques. Or the people that are trying to beat the game with just the one Pokemon. They are the fun ones. Uh-oh, we have confusion Brie. I got Hoothoot before the squirrel to this day. I feel Squirrelfoot hates you. As I mentioned earlier, the squirrel seems to like me. If I'm lucky enough to get the reclaim in the next 1,000, unlucky you'll be happy. I wish you good luck. What is the confusion Brie? The issue is I'm not sure what I'm confused about. Okay. So should I start from the beginning as to what is kind of asked for this challenge? Would that be the best option? We were looking for the bugs. He was doing Dialga solo. Okay, that makes sense. I know Dialga should be... Is Dialga probably the best to do a solo run because of the still typing? I know still typing is so broken. Like, you're not allowed to use still types in metronome battles. It's really fun to know. And the dragon, yeah. So it doesn't have too many weaknesses, especially no fairy either at the time. Let's do a couple of these while we are here. You can follow along with Breadwings, who is doing some shiny hunting in fire red and leaf green. You can go in there, relax to some music, and have a chatter. It is very nice and friendly in with bread. Maybe they'll get some more shinies soon. Only weak to punches and ground, yes. I'm able to unlock both DSLs correctly, one for the A's and one for the other. The Isle of Armor will be where we will be doing some hunting, and the DAs you can go to at the beginning of the game, yes. The only reason you want to go to the DAs is to get a couple of strong Pokemon, pretty much. So if I just show you in my party, I've got 3 Pokemon. I just did 3 and stopped. Could I get a Gibble? I don't know if Gibble is open yet, to be honest. I don't think you can get Gibble early in this, or before the first gym. As far as I'm aware. I think a lot of, I think the only one was the Alolan Dragon. From what I remember. But just be aware that when you go to do the DLC, the Isle of Armor, you will lose the battle to get in there. It doesn't matter if you lose. It's fair enough. So don't worry if you do lose. It literally is just trying to scare you. Just empty your party down to 1 Pokemon to make it quicker as well. The reason why I say the Isle of Armor is level scaled, yes. Pretty much. Like, nearly every area is available at the beginning of the game. But welcome in, Elite. How are we doing? Number 146 on the badges. Why would... No, not the Isle of Armor. The Crown Tundra you would lose. Bree is on 116. And there is also a Strick. Welcome in, Strick. That one broke again. Interesting. How are we doing? You do got to split now. Gotta get for a call in a couple of hours. I hope you have a wonderful time. And we can have a good... Hopefully this goes well, but thank you again for the raid. Have a great time and a nice rest. I know you're doing 3 Pokemon from DAs with abilities. Is that the max? You can get as many, like a team of 6 if you want. The reason why I didn't want 6 at this stage is it doesn't make too much difference. I'm going to be honest. We have started the quests of quests. Yes, I did do the Cherubi run as well. But if... did you take the role in the Discord as well, Brie? Or not? Or are you just reading it off the Shiny Dex page? How was Pokemon Go? It was a thing. It was a game. You playing your Entei? I got Entei. And the main reason why we don't want to do too many, Brie, and this won't really affect if you do like 6, but if you were to go to 50, this would say you could have battled something more than 19 times, so that's why I'm kind of trying to be a bit stricter with it. It's slightly different if you were to clip what you're doing, but it's to try and stop people doing too many Brilliant Aura Pokemon. So from what I understand, it's only Brilliant Aura that gets a roll if you knock out more Pokemon. Entei Raid Day, okay. No, this is... I put a Shiny Vault in here. Because I'll be playing it a lot, so I've literally only got my Shiny Vault for people to claim Shinies. I'll put it in ready. So I'm just using that as an example of the picture that I would like people to enter in. Just to show that they haven't done... If you get a Brilliant Aura, Like, the reality is, if you were to get a Brilliant Aura Pokemon, and it was in under 19 battles, that's fine. I think if you battle one, it become, and when I say battle, it means knocking it out, not encountering. It means that you're at 1 in 2,000, some numbers, not 1 in 4,000. The goal is to try and make everything 1 in 4,000. So that is the big thing. So I Google which Pokemon has those abilities, go through DAs endlessly until... Well, the point is, you only need to get those abilities is if you are targeting certain Pokemon. So for this area, Area 1, probably most of Area 2, unless you're going for Lotad or Seedot, you don't need anything extra. Like, if you're going for electric types, get the electric ability. If you're going for fire types, get the fire ability. If you're going for grass, get the grass ability. If you don't really like, the only thing it does is increase the encounters. So when I was doing Gossiflor with a Harvest Mon, nearly all of the overworld sprites were Gossiflor. If I had done that same area without the Harvest Mon, I wouldn't have seen as many Gossiflors. It's the same with when we were doing the Heatmore. I put a Flash Fire because I've got the wrong game for Heatmore when I shiny hunt. It just meant I would get more. It only increases a few spawns. So you only need to really target them if it's something you're desperately going for. Like, gonna save and avoid the Stinky since most are gonna for specific Pokemon. No worries. No worries. That's why I'm doing the 19 picture rule. So at this moment, we are limited to the route. This route, start a game. We can go to any route that is up to Turffield. So you can go route 1 to 4, the Galar Mine. In the wild area, you can do Rolling Field, Dappled Grove, East and West Lake Axwell, North and South Lake Melodic. You can only do the random encounters, like what I'm doing here in the Watchtower Ruins. You can't do the overworld. And then on the Isle of Armor, there's a lot of good places to go. I was soloing it, but so many people were interested, I opened it up so everyone could join in. There is still a little element of me that might do this as a solo project on the side. Like, I'm still going to put this into my collection for the Professor Oaks challenge whenever I get. There is a Nidorina in the chat, if you would like a Nidorina. But that's in the Isle of Armor, I'm pretty sure. Which game are you going to be using for this, Brie? Or are you planning... I think you're on Shield, aren't you? Right? So on Shield, you have access to, on the Isle of Armor, Fields of Honor, Soothing Wetlands, Brawler's Cave, but please research that one before you go, I'm going to do that. Forest of Focus, Training Lowlands, Warm-Up Tunnel, Challenge Beach, Loop Lagoon, and we really need the Shield people to be the people going for the Bottom Desert. But again, research before you dive into any of those ones. Because Shield has lower levels for some reason in Bottom Desert. Don't know why. There is Scraggy in this part too. So maybe we get the Scraggy. There is an MC Sam with 51 badges. Welcome in, Sam. How are you doing? How was the Shelfers last night? I can't remember. So it does matter which game we use. If there's one unpresent, I can do... I have both set up, to be honest. Not pretty much, but if you are picking somewhere, please research it first before you commit to it. Because a lot of the one-off ones could be over level 20. You cannot catch anything over level 20. The game won't let you. That's the key thing. I've shown kind of what happens. And Strick hits 76 badges. But I've sort of put in the thing where you can put the request of the things you would like to go for within like the first couple of months. So if there is a couple of targets that something that really appeals to you, put it on there and I can put it on the list. And it's the term I'm using is the gentleman's agreement to try to not target those things early, unless it's the thing you asked to put on the list. If you've got both copies of the game Strick and you want to do both copies, feel free. That's the way. I have 4 games set up for this, 4 save files. So if I want to dual hunt, I've got a sword and a shield, 2 different profiles, 2 different systems, and I can swap the games between the 2. This profile has both the sword and the shield one. The Professor Oak's profile has sword and shield on the Switch 1. It's up to me which one I do. I've played all the games up to 3 catches. I have not personally gone to Route 3 because I just wanted to do Route 1 as my first target. But that's the main reason. Also, if I stream this, want to be able to direct people to the event, potentially joining. Should I like your Twitch Shiny Decks link? You can do the Shiny Decks if you want. Like, the Shiny Decks page has a Discord invite in it, so if people are interested, they can come into the Discord that way. There we go, Brett. Dark too, but I'm not sure I want to not step on someone's toes. There's a lot of Pokemon. There's about about less than 10 selected so far, Brie, and there's 300 to get before the first gym. So don't worry too much. You can see the list on the updates page in the Discord. If you see the request to join bit, the only reason I've asked for the starters is because when we get to the breeding segment, we know who's going for what for the breeding. Again, you have to use a Ditto that is in your game's language. You can't Masuda. Because you can also get the Alolan starter of the same type that you picked. You fight Giovanni now. You were so construed right to be Wooloo, exactly. So yeah. Just if anyone is, if you do stream and someone says they would like to join, they cannot submit until I put them into the event. So make sure they do know that, Joanne, because I need the Switch 2 for Masuda hunting. Okay, that's fine, String. That is fine. Like, you can see what games most people have gone for. I will add people as long as they just ask to join. Like, it's just I don't really want to have random people putting stuff in and go, oh, where are they from? I need to talk to them. Like, I need to be able to have, if something is done wrong, I would like to be able to have the conversation to what is wrong, rather than just be what Shiny Dex is. No, you've not done that right, and they can't reply, if you get what I mean. Are you allowed to bring your own same loads? I think at the moment we're going to say yes. I believe this might be the one exception where we will allow the raid den, because there is one raid den where you can get a Ditto. Or if you're lucky, you could get a Ditto in a DA. The main reason why I'm putting breeding in the second segment is, well, one, it's a discussion throughout the project. If people say, no, we should do it now, we'll do it now. We've hit the Atlant, so maybe I won't go too deep into that point right now. But I can show you really what I mean by why there's a level cap to what you can get. So this is a perfect example here. And when I say about getting the balls of choice, these guys sell you different types of balls. So if you go to the Watt Farmer, you can get whichever one you prefer, because at the moment you're probably only going to be able to buy Pokeballs. But for example, I'm pretty sure this Onyx is too high a level. So it will say you've encountered a very strong looking Pokemon. And if you go to throw a Pokeball, you can't throw a Pokeball. It basically tells you can't. So that's just a little thing to note. How's this? Currently hunting Wooloo for the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge. Check out the event link if you fancy taking part. My Discord to accept the Professor himself. Perfect, perfect. It sounds great. We are free from the Adlands. Yes. Yeah, that sounds perfect. Thank you for sharing it all. And again, if people do say, why hasn't he accepted me on your end, just understand that I'm not going to be sat at the computer 24/7 waiting for replies. But it doesn't matter if they're... It will get the rockety, why not? So if someone asks me, I'll tell them to check. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if they want to, if they join and I haven't put them in the event, if they're really desperate to say they've got it, just ask them to put it in the updates. Put the picture in the updates, like, and I can just put them in as well. And that goes the same for anyone. If there is a problem, just throw it in the submission issues or updates. Not going to be too much of a problem. And as I've also said, if you think something I've put on the list is not obtainable now, let me know. If there's something I've missed, let me know. I want to know that I've done things wrong. Because it's the only way I could fix it. Don't sit there and go, why isn't that one on there? I'll wait for him to find out. Just tell me. I don't care if I'm wrong. I'm not going to sit there and say, you are causing a problem. I want to be told if I've missed something. So after Kanto, people have been good idea of not to rush me on accepting stuff unless they want. Yeah, I know the feeling from watching and taking part in some of the showdown events. I don't know if you just watched how they unfolded in ZA, but they got way out of control. The amount that was coming in. And there were some people, and it nearly broke, I think it broke Shiny Dexa for a bit, but people were moaning, like, why wasn't this accepted? And it's sort of like, give them time. They have lives as well, the people doing the checking. Like, chill out. If you put it in and it says it's there, waiting, it'll get done. You've done nothing wrong. If it gets declined, they'll tell you, and then you can then communicate. Don't rush them. Enjoy it. Focus on what you're doing. Put your stuff in. Brie is a perfect example. Are you free to try something for me, Brie? Because I know I haven't put you in the event yet. Can you see whether you can put something into this event? Does it show you to submit a Pokemon? I just want to make sure that I've got it right. At the end of the day, just different color pixels, go find another shiny wash. Yeah. Like, you can, like, if they want to, or if anyone wants to, you can just put the little thing in the Discord to say you've got it if you know someone else is hunting it. Like, just say, for example, we got Wooloo and Double somehow today, and then you were like, I'm going to hunt for Wooloo. I can go into your chat and say we've got Wooloo and Double. Then it's not so much of a, oh, why can't I enter it? You're going for the rolling fields. There we go. Mrs. Astro is after her bee. There is a conversation to be had about Combi and Salandit. I think the best way to handle this is, if you do get the female versions, enter it in as the evolved. Try and evolve it, if possible. because exactly. The bee isn't here right now. It's not sunny enough. That is going to be the problem with that area. We got the Wooloo. You said it correctly. I only see the link to see the goal progression. 100%. That's perfect. Thank you, Brie. I was going to kick Huxley out to try it for me. But if you are going to say yes to joining in, I can add you in a bit later. Probably during the ad lands. No, the break lands. That's why the wild area is confusing, because you've got to be careful of the weathers. Like, they should rotate through them mostly. I know, like, the first day of the month is usually a bit glitched. Not glitched, but it's usually the same, the whole map. But the reason I put breeding on the second part is because I believe there's only a tiny little bit added. That makes sense. So I think you only have Route 2, which will be the Swirlix, Spritzy, Aromatise, Slurpuff, Farfetch'd, Sir Farfetch'd, Wobbuffet, Mrs. Astro's Wobbuffet, Chinchou, and that might be it. There might be a couple of things unlocked on the Isle of Armor, though. I haven't even focused on part 2 yet. There's no real worry, to be honest. There is an Arsena with 14 badges. Very nice. How are things? I do like how the bushes here remind me of the ones in Pocopia, though. So that is a thing. And after not getting... Did we get a shiny yesterday? Did we? No. We hit 1,460 eggs and not a single shiny. Yes. Those hedges. And there is a gym with 68 badges. Badges are flying in. Everyone's collecting them all. And Dow is at 11 as well. Good morning, Dow. Doing alright. Hope, yes, it is all going well. We have now opened the challenge up for everyone to join, so it has turned into the chaos. And I am doing good. How are things on your end now? I'm well laden. No worries. Huxley asked you Thursday if I was going to participate. I told him it's going to get busy May, June, July, so I don't know if I can really contribute at the start, but when we talked more, he made me realise you're going to be here for a very long time. Yeah, we will be. Ended up like, yes, no to yes in a span of 10 minutes. I did see that he mentioned he was convincing you. There is a glimmet in the chat if you would like a glimmet as well. Like, another way of looking at it is it's not too much difference to... All the noise, all the noise. He's been playing into the Joe-flation. If you're not woken up yet, you will be now, is the term to go by. So we just do this, right? For 2 goes, before it stops. Like that. That is good to hear, though, Dow. Sorry if I missed any messages. Did the Joe-flation work correctly today? That's the question. Oh, good. So it didn't up everything. I changed the cost names. And people wonder why I want to up the prices. People wonder why. I don't know. I don't know. But we have our favourite Psyduck hunter here now. I do think a few people got a little bit confused with my saying that you can go to the DAs to get the abilities. I think that probably gets a bit confusing if you're just reading it. There's also a Mr. Astro. Welcome in, Mr. Astro. How are we doing? So the goal of the DAs is purely to have something that if you find something that's difficult to catch, you've got lots of health, realistically. So if you're doing it with just your starter, it can become a bit chaotic and panicky. But if you've got 4 or 5 level 65s, you'll be fine. Hello, Kitty. Hopefully you are doing okay. But welcome in. Feeling a touch sleepy? I think the alerts are going to wake you up. They've woken everyone else up, I'll put it that way. We are all wide awake. And number 13 on the gym badges. And then we got the new emote is being shown off. Huxley with the new emote. I think one thing that we're going to have to try and get people into a little bit of a routine is if you're going to be taking this challenge on, we probably need everyone to do a round of trees every day to try and get the Cherubi. A burb indeed. We have the goat of the flying types. The forgotten one. Halo got some justice. At last. I don't know how I got the Taylor one to work. Need redeemed check trees. I've done the trees. Hopefully this is going to... We get the first shiny today between some of us. Hopefully. Is this the case now? I'm just going to cancel DA day and do this 7 days a week. The SPVC! There's only about 6 to 8 trees in the wild area, so it's not like there's a lot to do. It's just having to walk is a pain. But if anyone is having trouble setting anything up, I'm happy to go over it again, too. A national holiday. Yeah, it starts on May the 2nd and it finishes on May the 1st. You finished the... try to finish it. I'm sure you'll get it done over the weekend. No kidding. Once you finish building the dungeon, apparently, that you're building. From what I've heard, there is a dungeon being built. We'll see. We'll see. I didn't end up going back on there yesterday. I keep spending too much time doing all the other bits. So all of my paperwork is here for this. I don't know if I'm using it now. I don't know how, but I seem to have managed to glitch the game in the right way. Need to be done before 1 PM. Oh, okay. I thought all your crochet projects were for your adventures at the end of the month. That's what I thought they were. But it's been a busy day, and I know that there were other things going on, so it's fair enough if it takes longer. You have found another Talo emote. You've got a Talo rigged emote. Uh-oh. There are some rarer weathers in the wild area for me today. Okay. Hopefully everything is good on that end, though. Instead of your intended... what's the rarer weathers, just out of interest? I'm intrigued. Or is it the intense sunlight? Is that the rarer one? If it's fog, you cannot get fog until you're champion. Okay. Because I know it's pretty much just the fire types, isn't it? I don't know. I probably should research a bit more. Definitely rarer than... No, yeah. You can't get sandstorm and snowstorm until you've got 3 badges. And you can't get fog until you're champion, apparently. May not be limited weathers early game. Okay. Yeah, there they are until you've got the 3 badges. But I don't think anything is exclusive to the 2 storms. Like, the best example is probably Natu. But we can then pivot back to the original guide, and the Natu that is a soft reset we can go for too. We have got a Bree joining in as well. Very nice, very nice. Does anyone have a Gibble? Which game are you looking for a Gibble in? In this game? In Sword? I definitely don't have one on this save file, because this is basically a brand new save where nothing has happened other than got to the first city. I don't think I can even catch a Gibble at this stage. Do you not have any of the line at all? And do you have access to the DLC? Or access to home and stuff like that? Or do you have access to Pokemon Home and any of the other Pokemon games? I'm on the new save file, unfortunately, as well, so cannot assist with the... No. Home, yes, but I don't have any other Pokemon game. If you have... if you were to have home, you can do GTS trading on your mobile, and someone could send you a Gibble that way. Checker, but we can encounter overworlds. Yes, yeah. As long as they're level 20 or below. Is there a picture of where the trees are in our area? That would be helpful. Okay, I will put that one out. Does it show me on here? Let's have a look. You found me a level 3 woos. Yes. It's more... does it show habitats? Of course not. Okay, so it can be in any of the trees, apart from this area randomly. So, yeah, it can be in any of these. It can be on Route 3. So, there we are. But it's finding the trees. I think it means it can be in any of the trees. Huxley has been building emotes. We've been searching for more Talos. So we found a Buizel. What does the Buizel say? we go. Oh. Yeah. I was trying to make a Nickit one, but I couldn't make it small enough to make it an animated emote. I've got the video of it sort of running and trying to hug the camera, but that's as far as we got. So we are also going to do a couple more. You can follow along with Ghosty, who is just with the community managed to get a shiny Kanto Dex in just over 24 hours, but in June they will be leading their community into a Johto challenge. So if you are interested in that, follow along and see what they get up to. They do some shiny hunting. I know there is some Oras reselling going on for a starter as well. So you can enjoy some challenge sometime there. Well, you'll probably have to wait for the Unova one until the other regions are complete. I know. I try to just encourage, like, we try to help everyone meet more people who would like to shiny hunt with them. Welcome back. How are you doing? And the fact that you're doing a challenge means it's even more reason to share it all, basically. You are good? That's good. Exactly, yeah. It'll be happening somewhere this year, hopefully. There we go. Bree has her new favourite emote. There we go. But yeah, we like to share people doing challenges, because one of the things for me has always been that it was hard to meet people doing shiny hunting challenges. So the idea that you can share information so people can meet other people who are doing them is very important to me. But morning, Michael. How are you doing today? No shinies, no. I don't tend to do too much shiny hunting offline, to be honest. I was trying to understand how curries work yesterday, because there is an event on Shiny Dex to get a badge for curry shiny hunting. And that's a whole rabbit hole that I don't understand. So again, with the Pokemon quiz full without any help, and you gave up. Hey, it's no worries. I know it's a challenge, so that's the best thing about it. There is a Lediver in the chat if you would like a Lediver. I was looking to curries as well. It seems like way too much effort. Yes. I don't completely know how it works at all. Like, I made, I think, 10 curries and I had one Pokemon spawn, but I could never get Charizard level. I didn't know how to get the things to do the thing. You have to do Poke Start to join the journey in the PCG game. You got a chest spin, so now you should have a couple of Pokeballs. The more you're in chat, the more chance you get money to get more Pokemon. A lot of people have the PCG game, so it shouldn't take too long to get going. But now you should be able to do the Pokecatch command and try and catch it, but you don't need to put Pokeball, you just need to put Pokecatch. You only need to put the type of ball if you are going to be using the other types. If you're on a desktop, there is a pop-up that shows you how much money and the shop for all the different Pokeballs. If you put in this command here, it'll show you just how much. You won't have very much because it's brand new, so 41k is still poor. Something like that. Something like that. But you'll see just how many you've got. And you got the first one. That's good. You will miss some, so don't worry if you do. They have like weekly little challenges you've got to do. Some are easier than others, but the idea is to try and get the Pokedex complete by, and then you get a shiny charm slowly but surely. Um, you can also follow along with Arsena, who does do a lot of Pokopia, a little bit of Champions, and of course there is some shiny hunting over there as well. So feel free to stop off, say hello, and maybe you can get the last one. Can I ask what PCG is? The Pokemon Community game. It's basically a bot that somebody built that is sort of something for a bit of a thing for people who just want to watch streams to play along with. Pretty much. You keep getting baited by the oral ones. I get that feeling. It's a good that you're getting quite a lot though. That's good. But no worries, no worries. You lurk so much, you never realised how many people got PCG. Yeah, I had that problem. I found out I had like a million, but had like no Ultra Balls or something, and I spent all my money on Ultra Balls and I ran out the other day. But now the Easter event's finished, I'll probably be lowering what I'm doing so I don't actually have any more eggs to hatch. I've only got starter eggs and battle eggs, so I don't need to worry. So that is the main thing. So yeah, let the chaos of this challenge see if somebody can get that lucky early shiny. That's the question. Will we? You're still hunting Lydon. Good luck. Are you keeping track of how many you're doing? Or is it just sort of something you're just going to be soft resetting and going for? No, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, and Ben is here with 110 badges. Welcome in. How are we doing today? You lay down before the chaos starts. No worries, Brett. Have a good rest. I forgot to start. Okay, I get that. I get that. I never used to do much of the counting. I usually do time. I'll get my Fulham kid out. Don't worry. That okay? But yeah. But this is... I'm going to probably, if I get stuff, it will probably go into my Switch 2 challenge as well. You'll get the Villa kid out. I don't expect to beat Villa. But they did lose midweek, so they may not put as strong a team out. That's my hope. Now that we don't have any players. Didn't take Deserby too long to have a fight with the media either, which was kind of fun. What was it? 2 weeks in charge and already arguing with the media. That must be like a new record. I will agree, though. I actually agree with him. The media want to make negative stories out of everything in the football world. We don't. Did you get... I did not get any shinies from those eggs yesterday. 1,400 and nothing. I do support the not so mighty anymore Tottenham. You are giving me all the shiny luck, thank you. Thank you. Ben is on a 15 stream streak. We have hit the Adlands, so we'll take the little break. Who? It is Tottenham. That is who we support. We don't like to shiny hunt during some ads when we're doing this, because you know what'll happen. We'll get the shiny and everyone will miss it. So that's not fun, is it? We don't want anyone missing shinies. Oh, we've got the thunderstorms. Yeah, I support the team that's run as the best business, not as the best football club. Shall we say? Shall we say that? So we might be relegated tomorrow, somehow. Don't know how. But yeah, it happened. It happened. It's not my fault. I'm not on the pitch. I'm not telling them what to do. So if that's the case, it's not my fault. That's how I treat football. No point getting as worked up about it as I used to. Uh, Favorite Zelda? I've never played a Zelda. Elite has more Zeldas, and good morning, ZJ. How are you doing today? With number 7 on the badges. Um, yes, I do suffer through being a Tottenham fan, yes. It's very painful. Uh, I got 90 encounters and you have to do life things. No worries, Mrs. Astro. Enjoy the swimming, I believe it is. That's a full-time job. It pretty much is. Uh, Chilling with some boulders about being ready for the race today. We wish you good luck. We do. We do. Indeed. Brie has decided to dedicate her life to Pokemon now. Until she gets a shiny Buizel in every game and solos every game with a Buizel. We'll go here first. You can follow along with a Mr. Astro, who does do the GBA Diaries, which is a Nuzlocke in Fire Red Leaf Green, some Mudkip resets, and a bit of Champions as well. There was some BDSP last night. You only get to see him mostly on a Friday, but when you do, you get to check in with Steve and have a good time. Need to go swimming, so I have to put it down. But enjoy the swim. And ban PCG, of course. Indeed. Yes. Didn't ban it last night, I don't think. Wanted to, but didn't. But now that this is underway, I wonder who will be the first one to get a shiny. That's the question. Nearly exploded his PC though. Did I miss something else? Did I miss more? It seemed run smoothly. Shiny Scraggy first. I think you can only get Scraggy in Sword, can't you? I've seen it all day. It's 5 a.m. Good job you replied to Huxley and not Mrs. Astro. Is that one of the free ones that you found? Huxley? I know you've been... I don't know what you search to find stuff, but my Google does not show me anything. Whenever I do. But we know that one day we'll get a proper Taylor one done. We will. We'll get a full artist to make us one. Made the Bezo and the Taylor one. And the Golduck one. So you'll make money. Oh, in Canva. Did you do the free trial and then cancel? And for using the emote wherever you go. All of the emotes. All of the emotes. But yeah, one day. No, in the free can. Oh, because you can't do the animated in the free, can you? You can only do basic. The amount of times I've signed up to the free Canva just to do a picture and then have it for a month. And then cancel. You can also follow along with the awkward kitty cat, who has been doing a large amount of Pokopia, may also be one of the people mildly addicted to it, but also does do some BDSP and some grief case. You will get to see some doggo cameos as well. So enjoy some sus, some music, some pups with the kitty cat, and of course some shinies, I hope, in the future. But we'll see. We will see if somebody can get a shiny today. But yeah, I haven't tried that animation. It's slightly above Skittles or M&M's. Probably M&M's. How about that? Yeah, I tried. The animation on Canva is pretty basic. It's just sort of make it spin, which is pretty much what you do when you make an animated emote anyway, with easy animation. But yeah, it's trying to condense the video or the GIFs that you make down to be Twitch size, which is annoying. If that makes sense. That frustrates me. Like the amount of background removers I was trying to go through, and then getting the background removed, and then the emote goes wrong, and then it goes wrong the other way, and it's I got a headache now. I was staring at the naked one for about an hour yesterday. This is why I want to get to a stage where I can get a couple of emotes made, probably a new logo made. There, what's the goals are. But Spike has hit 117 badges. Congratulations. You should see the funny sort of AI one that I've made, which I don't want to use, but for the Professor Voices challenge. One that got made for me. I will have to probably just send it in the Discord. But I didn't want to use it because I don't want to be making any more AI, hence why the logo is pretty basic on the Shiny Dex page. There is a Tyranitar in the chat if you would like a Tyranitar. Feel free to try and catch. But welcome in, Spike. You are too chatty that I barely made any progress. I'm still on the beginning. If you go onto the options, if you're doing this, you might want to switch the movies off as well. You can switch movies off, so it can skip quite a lot. Which, oh, Elite got a shiny Golett. That wasn't here. That's not right. You're only allowed to get shinies here. You were working at a convention this weekend? Nice, nice. I hope you have a wonderful time. Is it just a cardy one, or is it any particular theme? I would say don't mention the town or the city, but you can mention the theme if you feel comfortable. That's not shiny Scry, exactly. I thought Elite only got shinies trading card games. Okay, very nice, very nice. I've seen a lot of them popping up around the UK recently. You click on one and you get told about every single one. But I do hope you have a great time. And I'm assuming looking for some potential Mewtwo's. that you might not have? As we do mention, this is 1 in 4,000. So I don't think I get a shiny early. But we've seen me get lucky before when it's encounters. You got the teaser, brilliant. That probably is going to be one of the best in that game. We have the voice of Mewtwo and Brock coming, as well as May and Giovanni. Nice, nice. Make Scraggy Sticker 1 bit. No, because then you'll probably use it the same amount of times. Scraggyflation. Is that the term? Scraggyflation. To go with the Joe Hendry increase in prices. But as I say, I think I now have it correct. It should not break today. Unless I look and it has broken it all again. No, in my luck. What are they? Yeah, they do just double the exact one. Perfect. But thank you for the hydrate. But has anyone got much plan? Anyone else got much planned for the weekend? Like, we probably still will do the Dynamax adventures tomorrow. We may as well get 4 legendaries in a row, right? Surely. Now, I would prefer to get the bugs. But if we get the Squovit, we get the Squovit. You say that a lot. Do you want to be Babs? No. Oh, very nice. Hopefully you have a wonderful time. Just check Professor Oak will be there too. Oh, but only today. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Elite likes my Scraggy band emote. That's the only reason. If it wasn't Scraggy, he wouldn't share it. It was the only Scraggy emote I could find on Etsy. So we got it for him. I don't actually know. I don't fill up the car enough to worry. But expensive. From what I understand at the moment. I don't drive enough to actually need to fill it up more than like every 6 months. Or does harvest affect headbutts? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't drive that much, Elite. So it was a crest, and we aim to please, you know. I don't think it will affect the headbutt, to be honest, but it's something I would have to probably research. I'm asking all streamers I've met, but all trainers throughout Pokemon, which is one of your favorites? Which trainer throughout Pokemon? Ooh, there's quite a lot though. I don't really know how to pick a favorite, because is it one that's more difficult? I think that's probably the case. Like, we did all of the trees, and I think we got 1 Cherubi. Which is why I think we kind of need to everyone needs to do the trees once a day. I do think it's very difficult to pick a favourite though. Like, is it to do with their visual design or their teams and stuff like that? We have the Huxley with the Taylor dance. Anything? In this game, I kind of like that Pierce is against the trend of the game. As a character. In a weird way. Because this game is all about the Dynamaxing, and he's like, I refuse to do it. You have to fight me properly, and I like that element to his character. I kind of like Alistair's design in this game. weird way. When it comes to Scarlet and Violet, you like Guzma? No, because I haven't played Sun and Moon enough. That's why I don't really know too much about them. I never got to what I call casually play them, so I don't know much about that game at all, sadly. Huxley, do you take commissions? Because I think Bray might want to buy a Weasel emote off you. Is that what it'll be? You can also follow along with Huxley, who is the Psyduck fan who is mastering all the shiny hunting techniques in BDSP, runs a questionable video shop with illicit material, and also does some Pocopia with some 2000s rock music, and the Psyduck by his side. You can enjoy some time with the rock star himself and see what he gets up to. And we have all the Talos. I just wish I could get rid of the background on the Talo. I really do. There we go. Huxley will become rich by selling Weasel emotes. Now, I probably should learn to do more of some of the arty stuff, shall we say. Let's be honest, it would help in a different way. Very slow version of this one. Squirtle are easily wooed. Ooh. Why would you not like the rolling sheep instead of the squirrel? But a beta mode, but Huxley gave me inspiration. But Aubrey's gonna have a fool. There we go. Boys or emotes are incoming. Pokebuddy. If you go into the extension, you can pick one of them to become your buddy that way. You can click the little heart in the top left-hand corner. Where you put yourself through this challenge. I don't know, Kim. Why not? But how are you doing? It's a community challenge now, so it's not just me. People wanted to help. People wanted to take part, so we opened it up for everyone. So, yeah, why not? Why not? It was going to be a personal project, which was even worse of an idea. I think where I sort of look at the fact that how I like to meet shiny hunters is you kind of need to get involved in some challenges to feel more motivated, so that's my reasoning for it. Yeah, we could name one link if we get it. That is an option. Probably Toast. Don't really have bagels too much of it. But yeah, it's kind of just to, like, when ZA came out, it made shiny hunting pull more people in. And I feel that Fire Red, Leaf Green has made it, the odds are a bit of a, well, it can put a lot of people off. So this is sort of like the middle ground, where you're going to be doing a lot tougher shiny hunting, but it's visually more exciting to see the shinies on here for me. That's why I like this game more than most. So, yeah, why not? Why not? Like, what, did we ever seem like the stable person that wants to do a simple challenge? Now, we've done 1,000 encounters in 2 streams. It's not too bad. You even passed the shiny badge quest in this, let alone the Professor Oak. Yep. I know, I know. We've made it even more difficult than a traditional Professor Oaks because you can't actually breed for anything that is encounterable as well, and you can't do the knockout method and everything like that. So you've got to do all of the harder methods just because. I don't know how many shinies we'll get this month, but it's an option. But we've said before, like, shiny hunting is pretty much just chatting anyway. And if you get a shiny, you're lucky. But you can follow along with Kim's Mad World, who is on a partner push, does do some Pokopia. Recently got trapped in a lab looking for a turtle as well. Does do a little bit of Disney Dreamlight and a lot of the cozy games. But if you do like to see some cat cams, there will be some cats that will appear quite often on stream too. You'll join us in 2035. That's good. That's good. We need someone to help with the Reggies. This section alone has at least 319 in it, including a 1% fishing encounter. So we'll see how well that goes. Which of the shinies do you hope for most? I kind of want to get the Blip Bug. Anything that is exclusive to Sword and Shield, I want to get. More than anything else. If it's in other games, I'm not as worried. But this game is my main draw. So, you never know. It depends how many people ask to join in. I think we can probably open up the curry method, but I don't think it's going to be that easy to set up. So, yeah, I think you need a lot of money for the curry method. But I do suggest anyone who is taking part to get lots and lots of Pokeballs. Because you can't really battle outside of the trainers. But if you are going to battle, I would suggest doing every trainer on a route. But the reason I'm not doing them too early is I can level up if I need to evolve something. That is my plan. But I need something ambitious to do, right? I need that little stroke of ambition. I think the Switch 2 Shiny Dex challenge is hard enough. But the last couple of months, I've kind of been playing a few of the games, and this seems to be the one that I've enjoyed the most. Oh, where's Oreo? There's a Spearow in the chat. If you want a Spearow, we'll have to get him a one. Like, Radar is fun, but I don't think I could do it for more than a couple of days a week without losing my mind. It's also quite difficult to stream. Scarlet and Violet makes me too drowsy, because there's just too much on the screen. That was a loud clap, wasn't it? ZA has limits, but I can do it every now and then, like helping out with the Zakes Community Challenge. Also, Arceus, I can't do enough. I get very burnt out on that map. I can do it like once a week at best. I love it, but I also hate it at the same time. So, yeah. This is the nice fit in the middle. It gives me random encounters. It is rewarding when you get the shinies as well. But Fire Red, Leaf Green started giving me a lot of headaches when we were doing that event, the showdown event. For some reason, it just staring at two games just doesn't work for me. And I don't want to hunt in that game on a single game at the moment. Because I have to literally stare at it, and I'm either playing it on a big screen TV, which looks horrible for that game. Absolutely horrible. Or I'm having to watch it on a very small screen with bad colour. Favourite Ultra? Ultra Moon? Or is Ultra something else? Ultra Beast? Blacephalon. That's why we had to hunt it for about 6 years. Well, it felt like 6 years. What about you? What's your favourite? But how is Shirio today? Stackataka for sure. Scraggy, I think. Okay, I knew Scraggy was going to be an Ultra Beast. Always knew it was. And Scraggy does do quite a good job against both of the choices. Lunala, if you're counting it. Oh, he's counting Scraggy, so I'm going to say yes. That's the big thing. Who's Lunala the one? You love Lunala shiny? Yes, it is a fantastic shiny. We were lucky to get one the other week. So we'll see just how well it goes. Okay, so who is your real favourite then, Elite? There is also a Shills with 58 badges. Welcome in, Shills. How are we doing today? Necrozma, okay. Did you manage to sort out the problems you were having? I know you were asking in the Discord, but I can't help, so I didn't answer. You are sore today. Well, hopefully you can rest up and it will go away soon. Elite also has the cute wave. Remember, Elite, you do have access to the Tailor emote now. I had to repair the VC Microsoft thing. Okay. I don't have a clue what that means. That Tailor emote. We have a Tailor emote. A little Tailor emote. Mewtwo one for Spike. We're getting close to some Atlas. I don't know what it is, but I had to repair it once. Did that? Fair enough. Fair enough. It feels like the time when my Wi-Fi chip broke on my laptop for some reason. You can follow along with Shields, who is also shiny hunting across most of the games out there in the Pokemon universe. DAs, soft resets, ZA, Legends Arceus, Scarlet Violet, and of course in Let's Go, if you want to take part in her event, you can see what is still needed, which can be found here. The Crunkly, the black background. I don't have a clue what that means in tech terms. I am like Fred Flintstone when it comes to computer technology skills. I say yabba dabba do and hope it works. Pretty much. That sounds about right. Crazy, yes, it is already May. That's about as far as my tech skills go. I was trying to get the background removed, and every time it removed the background, it broke the emote, and then made the emote too big, and then I tried to shrink the thing back to a GIF, and it put a white background in the background. So, yeah, it didn't go very far. But we're in the Atlas, so we'll pause for a moment. What is the movie you're watching? Probably Mortal Kombat. It kind of depends what the schedule is for the week after, whether I'm going to go Thursday or Friday. Thursday might become the witch movie, the Irish witch movie, and then Mortal Kombat might be the week after, but it depends. If they had given the witch movie better times Monday or Tuesday, I would have gone then, but it's a stupid bank holiday in the UK, so it means they're going to just put the kids' movies on again in the morning, not the horror movies. It's called like Who Cam or something like that, with Adam Scott in it. It's sort of spelled like this, I believe. But I don't really know how to say it properly. But it's meant to be about Irish witches, I think. It looks very weird, but that is the choice. That would be the one I wanted to see, but I like going during the day because there's less people to annoy me at the cinema. Pretty much. That is how I operate with it. I am a daytime cinema person. And we will do this one. You can also follow along with Bray Spills Tea, the Boizel fan who is shiny hunting Bulbasaur in a lab for the last 2 months now, but also does play some Mario Kart, some Mario Party, some Phasmo, Peak, Metroid, and usually Confusion at times. So you can follow along and see what she gets up to. I did see the Bulbasaur was being mean to you this week. I tried to catch up before I start to see whether you did get it. That is always the plan in the mornings. But yeah, this is going to be a long, painful challenge. There's an auto fan with 55 badges. I swear I saw auto fan earlier. Did I misread who it was? 55 badges. How are you doing, Mr. Auto fan? Who will be the first person to run away from a shiny? That's the question. Probably me. Just got home from the grocery shop. Nice. You by accident? I think this game is very hard to run away from a shiny. That's what I think. I don't know if I'm right with that, but I just think it's so hard to not be startled by the big... Here's this big thing. Flash, flash, flash. Like, sort of attitude with it. Are you back on the Bulbasaur today, Brie, or is it a relax weekend? What, the horror one or Mortal Kombat? It has your friend from the boys. The horror one. Okay, yeah, it does. Yes, Carl Urban. I believe he's Australian, isn't he? You should be doing Bulbasaur later, but I'm feeling iffy and so... Okay. We'll see. New Zealand? It might be. It might be. It's just very funny when you watch him in The Boys with, like, the Cockney accent. That's so bad. It's so bad it kind of makes you laugh whenever he talks. I have watched episode 5 of The Boys as well, Elite. I'm not really enjoying the series, I'm going to be honest. Nothing's really happening. Apart from the same, here's a side character, we'll probably kill them off. It kind of is what most TV shows fall into the trap of. My question is, when did they decide to do another sequel to Dexter, and why was I not made aware of this? And how is it already season 2? That's my question. I'm so confused. I know they did a prequel, and then they've done another one called Resurrection, and it's confused me. And apparently Chris Jericho is in it. No, Carl's in Mortal Kombat. Bulbasaur should appear on screen. I think I'll go just for breathe. Hopefully. We will add that. Oh yes. Wait. When we get to that one. Of what number are we on, Cheerio, for you? I forgot. It kind of tells us just the problem with television now. They just sort of dump it and hope that you can discover it. They don't really promote it. But horror? Yes, horror. Horror is Adam Scott. But Mortal Kombat is bonkers over the top, and also the first one was kind of ridiculously fun. For all the wrong reasons. How do you know actors' names? I used to watch a lot of movies, and I study actors' careers. Pretty much. That's what I wanted to do, more film talks. Shrio's hit 179. Very nice. That's pretty much it. I just sort of know, because that's how you sell a movie, but you put a person that's famous in it more. Like, that is where there's this argument at the moment. There are certain production companies that'll turn around and tell stars don't have, if they don't use social media, they're not going to be in their movies. Maya Hawke was one example. She doesn't use Instagram, and they turned around and said that they would have to hire somebody who has twice the Instagram following required. It was for, okay, I will add it in for the next one. 45 streak as well for Orofan, and Huxley's got 93 badges. Everybody is tailoring away. Yeah, so that's like this horrible trend that's hit Hollywood at the moment. If you don't have a social media following, and if you do have a social media following, you'll get hired regardless of whether you're the right person for the job. It's kind of awkward. It's the feet tapping. I love the tape. I could send you the video of the full version that it made. But there is a Cinchino in the chat if you would like a Cinchino. But yeah, we needed one for Taylor. But again, I will probably try and get a proper one in the future. Or one that somebody made. It's more that it's like a bigger sparkly heart thing at the end. You can't quite see it, but there is a heart that comes up right at the very end, and it's sort of like a burst of hearts and sparkles at the end. But it went a bit weird when I was trying to edit it down. I've mentioned I was trying to get rid of the backgrounds, and every time I get one that gets rid of the background, it messes up the actual animation, and then it becomes a video, and then I want to condense it down to a GIF, and then it puts a white background or a black background in the background, and my head hurts trying to figure out why they can't just do what I tell it to do. And then it's like, you don't have any credits left. But good morning, Rick. Number 4 on the badges. How are we doing? So I sort of gave up and just kept this one. Kitty got a stone. If only we knew somebody who could deal with that for her. You would have liked, Kitty would have liked the dungeon I made in the underground lair I made. I believe, in the BDSP statues. It was very funny how many we had. I think the plan will be to hit the one encounters, then we'll take the little break. We have a nice little quiz for you all to try your luck at again. I'm going to try and do a shorter quiz today, because I want to just do the quiz and then we can get on with more of the shiny hunting. Because this challenge does take up a lot of time. Let's be honest. Because somebody wants to do things that take too long for their own health. Uh-oh. The licking emotes are back. I did see that there was a Ditto one on the Etsy store that you could have got as well. Oh, there's the licker tongue for Strike. All we know is Huxley's going to start doing his sussy ghost face in a minute, probably. Now that Mrs. Astro's gone and is not traumatized by it anymore. There we go, your sussy ghost face one. Yeah, you can't traumatize her at the moment. Might traumatize others. Like Strick now. Uh-oh. I still don't get how some things get put in, but whatever. It's the internet, right? There's all sorts on there. Not easily traumatized. Fair enough. We are safe. We are safe. If you want to get traumatized, you just ask AI to do something that can traumatize you on so many levels. For a bit of fun, I put the rules into an AI movie making machine, and they made a full presentation of the full rules for this. It was hilarious how easily they did it. And there's me trying to do like a talk video of it. Just like, oh no. But it was like a work presentation. So it wasn't as fun to watch. But who else is on the hunt in this game at the moment? Who else is after some shiny? Yeah, it was pretty much like a corporate video. It goes, welcome to the community challenge. And then it was like a slideshow, so it was like 7-8 slides. It's good at it, but it's bad that it's good at it. I think it's the term to use. It shouldn't be good at it, it should be a human doing it. Because you keep pausing. Yeah, it's funny. I said I did 4 saves. This save is the one I did first, and it took me nearly 4 hours. But the other 2 took me about an hour each because I just skipped everything. It was really funny just how long it took. You can also switch battle animations off as well, Brie. You don't need them on if you haven't. But as you can switch the movies off if that helps. And if you do want volume control when you get to Motor Stoke, you can get the earbuds as well. So if you would like, everything is off that can be. Fast text enabled. Set text speed, yes. I said it took me 3 or 4 hours, Brie. You don't believe me. I think if you just don't, like, especially when you get to the wild area, just run straight through it. Don't explore first time. Like, you don't get any fast travels. Like, But yeah, I do get that it is incredibly slow and painful at the beginning. Hence why I did most of the setup for this offline. Because I could have done a whole stream of the setup, probably. Like, walking to the Watt Farmer, that's enough of pain. Don't want to do that again, either. I forgot how long... Yeah, yeah. I can't show you how long the other saves took, because... well... Getting to DAs was rather quick. Actually doing them was what you wanted to slow part. Yeah. With animations off, you can probably get a DA done in less than 10 minutes, right? Again, if you see a target you particularly want and it's the first thing, technically you can try and throw the next battle. But the setup is not very necessarily right. I mean, you can just start hunting. Yeah, you can hunt without the DA stuff. I just sort of wanted to make the point that if you want to catch things in other than Pokeballs, you can get the Watts. So you can get the Watt traders to give you the Pokeballs of choice. And I sort of say, if you use the A Pokemon, you can sort of, if you find something really stubborn, you're not going to run out of health. You could get a good false swiper early. The reason I took the Ivysaur is because technically I could take the Squirtle from the Kubfu stuff, because we are going to have to advance that story as well for when we get to the breeding segment. So they are the main reasons. But if we just go back to what we were saying about the breeding, it is the starters. From what it looks like, it's going to be Igglybuff as well. Persian and Meowth, because you can get the Meowth in the first gym for a trade. Then it will be normal Farfetch'd, for sure, and normal Slowpokes, Slowking and Slowbro. You're going to need to get all of them. So that might take a bit longer. I don't know which other ones are exclusive. You're now at 10 hours hunting Wooloo in the Sword and Shield Shiny Barbecue quest. Good luck, good luck. Do you know who else you would like on your team? But welcome on in. I did also have that with the rentals. Kept getting the things I didn't want. The incense babies at some point. Not sure when you get them though. I think you can get an incense in Hullford, if I'm not mistaken. I think you can get Mime Jr. Happini in the wild, 100%. But if you can't catch, for example, Magmar now, we're not going to get Magby until we can get Magmar. If that makes sense. Yeah, no, we could bring one in and breed it. That's not how we'd, or get it in a DA. We're going to try our hardest not to do anything that is available in the wild at some point. So one of the targets to get in a DA could be the normal Linoon. You're going to go for Noibat and Galarian Yamas. Very nice. Very nice. I do wish you luck. We're going to do one more encounter, and then we're going to take a little break. We'll put a quiz up, see how well you do. I know we'll see if you can figure out who it's dedicated to. It won't be too difficult. But yes, we are going to put the quiz up. Where is it? It is here. This is flying types. So again, it is in most languages. So feel free to use whichever one you're most confident using. But thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. But hopefully you will enjoy our journey with our shiny living decks and the shiny Professor Voices challenge. I am just going to take a very quick break, so I will be RB. So I wish you good luck, and hopefully you don't get this done too quickly. Well, it's been going very well. GG on the flying. 4 short on the water. I imagine one is going to be Ogapon. For sure. And hi, Freddy. Welcome in. How are you doing? I am doing good, thank you. Yes, we are starting our new challenge today, so but there might be something else we can add in a minute as well. So we're going to try this as well. Why not? How do you do this? What, the guessing game? This is just a website called PokeQuiz. And you can get it in there, pretty much. But welcome back, everybody. Right, I'm going to try something. So, I don't know if anyone noticed, but why has that paused on that screen? That should not be there anymore. That has fallen well behind. Kitty has hit 42. You can do it like at home on your own as well. You've got your shiny Guzzlord. It is set up as a custom thing that you can do as and when. But I don't know if anyone is in the Discord, but there was an update dropped for the shiny Dex thing, so I think we might try it. But I think we've fallen a bit behind than I was expecting on here. Yeah, for some reason, it has fallen a long way behind. These quizzes feel like a big disadvantage being on mobile. That's because you know all the answers, all I found. Right, but hello Amy, how are you doing today? 101 badges, very nice. Not this one, this one. Right, I need to take this picture, I think. Uh, let's see if this worked. Save this. I would have normally set this up offline, but it literally jumped. A pig shiny would be Oreo. It could be, it could be. We do tend to have nickname themes that are different each month. So the idea is this month it is going to be video game characters. I did do a couple of Dynamax adventures. That is why. And we'll just call that Ivy. Why not? Right. Open this. Add this. Okay. Keldeo or Victini? I will probably go with Keldeo. I guess. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I was hoping to. Okay, well, add a regional. I don't know how to do this. It doesn't shrink. Oh, that's how I do it. Right. That's how I do it. Close for a minute. Can I get rid of this? That bit. Capture that frame. Is that set up? Is that set up? Hydrate. We'll get a hydrate. Sorry about this. I didn't realise this was dropping today. Save. Right. Is that set up? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. See if this goes up in the next encounter. There is a Sville in the chat. If you would like a Sville for a field to catch. Dun, dun. Did it work? Did it work? I'm going to say no. Fair enough. It's probably something to set up when I'm offline, I'm guessing. Yeah, that didn't seem to like it. See, this is why we're teched up. Let's just add 4 on. Settings to this. Right. Save that. That's set up. Do I need to pin it? Is that why? Let's have a look. Maybe it needs to be on the screen as well. This is where I would need the expert known as Astric to solve the problems for me. Let's see if this one worked. Did we manage to master this, or are we still just not very good at this? I think that's, no, we didn't like it. We'll see. No. Well, it doesn't help that this is not actually playing, which is good fun. That might be why. I cast Shiny Luck. Thank you for the Shiny Luck. Let's just get this working first. Right, that is up. Right, I'll just add a couple. That's a brilliant ore. I cannot touch that one. Let's try this one. Did this one work? I did not see that go up. Did anyone else see it go up? No, it's not working. That's fine. We'll figure it out later. It doesn't work. How I shiny hunt without shiny charm. For this, I had to do a brand new save file. Basically. That has how I set it up. If you don't get the shiny charm, you have to ask, or have to complete the Pokedex to get the shiny charm. It could, but we're trying to do this at the fullest of full odds. That's the goal of this challenge. This is not working like it says it should, but let's now try it on this next one. That is a no on the Squovit. The biggest challenge for this is to go full odds. No. So we'll give it one more try. And see whether it picks it up or not. No. Let's try again then. I think I saw what might have been the problem. Is this where it goes? Just trying to remember where everything fits on the screen. Did that add one? No. You know what? We're not going to bother. We'll ignore this today. We won't use it. If it's not going to work, it probably needs more setup on my end. So we'll worry about it then. Now in my luck, it'll just start doing it now. When I'm not paying attention. So yeah, the whole point of this challenge is to do full odds. And see if we can run into all the shinies that are catchable before the first gem. It is 1 in 4,000. It's going to take a long time, so I don't really mind. But yeah, we will have to read that more later. We can close this because we don't need that open. And yeah. But yeah, if you are interested in joining, you can let us know and we can add you to the challenge. But there are some sort of stricter rules with it where we're trying to make sure we do everything at the fullest possible odds, which is going to make it both difficult but rewarding at the same time. So hopefully you can enjoy. Now, so far we do not have a shiny, but hey, that's what it is. It's how it's going to work. I don't expect to get many this year, this month. But if we're 1 in 4,000, I feel confident we should get at least one a week. Right? But otherwise, we just have to wait and see. But if Strick is here, we'll have to ask Strick to help us set it up. Or anyone else. I don't know if anyone else is going to use this auto tracker. Let me know, and then maybe you can help me set it up. Probably not the easiest thing to do when I'm live. So I'm hoping we might be able to, well, is it much point having it set up tomorrow? I don't know what we're going for tomorrow, but we could test it with some stuff, I guess is the term to use. That would be the best option, isn't it? Because we're just doing DAs, so we can just do like a fake one to see how it works. But yeah. I feel like this challenge is very good at getting a few more people in. Like, the shiny hunting itself is very long odds, but I think we can all enjoy it, right? We will see how it goes. Like, Blipblob would be kind of the dream from this, because, let's face it, it's one of the hardest ones to get. So, Cheerio, it is long gone, long gone. You missed that one. At least it doesn't waste the Pokeballs, I don't think, if you throw when it's not there. Are you trying to hatch some eggs as well? I'm assuming you've probably got some sparkly eggs from the event. Do you still need to hatch? Yeah, they are a bit annoying. Yeah, but you might get a shiny. Like, I think Huxley and myself both have got a shiny out of one of them. So, yeah, there is a chance. But for now, we'll continue our long, strenuous hunt. We will see. But yeah, as we sort of mentioned, this was going to be like a bit of a personal challenge as well. So it is what it is. Hopefully it goes smoothly. We have one more here to do. You can also follow along with Eric, who has just been doing a Sableye only run in Oras, which was very fun to see how he overcame all of the battles. And also does do some shiny hunting across the board. So if you want to get involved, see what he gets up to, give him a little follow. But I think we may have hit our challenge. We have done, what, 2.5 hours today? After a bit of an extended break, shall we say. And not got a shiny. So yeah, we got some new toy to play with for doing this hunt, which is something that could really make this much easier for me. I'll be honest, we want this to be easy. But if it doesn't work, we'll have to see what the problems could be. It's probably something that it won't let me do it on 2 systems. But hey, that's for us to figure out. So what are we thinking? Caterpie, Blipbug, Grubbin? Who do you reckon we'll get? I know we've had a few more requests for some of the more interesting ones. So hopefully we don't accidentally run into someone else's right now. But my goal has always been to do Route 1 before we advance too far into the game. I want to do one on each route or each area. If I change my targets, I will set up more trackers and it'll be easy to get them going. We'll probably just keep the Ivysaur at the top of the party, purely because I could go and teach it Sleep Powder. That's the main reason why I picked Ivysaur. It did also help with setting up some of the potential breeding, because it means I can just take Squirtle from the Cubfu storyline, which is kind of the smart way to go around this. So we'll see. We will see. How far are we from some Atlas? Not as far as I thought. Let's see. No, get away, get away, get away. Okay, that's probably the Rookity, isn't it? Okay, let's have another look at something. We'll open this back up again. See if it doesn't break everything. Right, we're at 140 now, right? Please be a Squofit. We don't want that. And we would like a window capture of this. Right. That is not frozen, right? There is a trubbish in the chat, if you would like a trubbish. Stop doing rookeries. Okay, we'll close that, open this, and start this. And I'll try this again. Right, check the canopy, not shiny. Settings. Start a preview, perfect. Edit region. We have a blip bug on this one. No, okay. Did not add one. Edit the wait, it is here. Yeah, go Ivysaur. That should be what it should pick up. Enable region 1. Uh, 144. Well, 1144. Oh, we could do that one, I guess. That'll be fine. Clear. Right, we'll do this again. We'll do the next encounter and we might get what we're looking for. No on the canopy. Let's try this again. One. That's the encountered. There we go. There we go. But no on that one. Save regions. Save that. Right, I will add 2 because we've done 2. And let's see. Did we get this to work? No on this blip bug. The Ivysaur. It looks like a no. Fair enough. We will give up today. We will give up. No point wasting too much time on this. Close all that down. Fine. Fine. Right. Hoot hoot. But has anyone had any luck yet? That's the question. Has anyone had any luck? No. I doubt it. Oh, not the Rookity. Not the Rookity. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Not yet. You took a break from the dialogue. I don't blame you. That's why it took me 4 hours to set up. Hello, Pixel. How are we doing? Number 49 on the badges. Very nice. I don't blame you. I had to eat some food too. And then I got distracted. I got very distracted. So that happened. Probably shouldn't have got distracted. I should have focused on doing that after the stream. But hey, that's me. That's me. There was a new toy. I wanted to try it. I thought it was easy to set up. It doesn't look that easy from where I'm stood. Or not click and play. But how is Pixel today? Well rested, I hope. Still in bed? That's good, I guess. That means well rested. So, look towards you. Fair enough. Well, thank you for joining us. The Astros return, baby Astros. She smashed it. Perfect, perfect. I'll have to use Mr. Astro's brain power to help me understand things later. Oh, we've hit the ad land, so we will pause for a moment. Yeah, they've released the auto counter, and I thought it was going to be quite easy to set up, but it doesn't look easy. I was trying to do the bit where I put OBS up with the camera on and take a picture of it, of like Ivysaur goes into battle, and see if it would add one, but it didn't seem to work. But I haven't watched the videos, so there's probably some part of it that I've completely missed. So it's a me thing, probably. I can't really stop in the middle of stream to watch the tutorial video. I thought it was click that, get a picture, have OBS watching the game. But it doesn't seem like it's that simple. So, but again, I should really just sit down and have a proper watch of the tutorial, set something up, probably watching a VOD of mine, and see if I can get it to work on like a dummy one. I could put the VOD to go forward with the same concept of this, going for the Ivysaur, and see if it shows for me. But yeah, new toys, new toys. It will make this challenge a lot easier, but we are back from the Adlands. We'll continue our hunts. If it makes you feel better, you have not missed any shinies. I think where my worry is that it might only work on the system that is technically streaming. Which is good. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm hoping it's a really talk to me like I'm 2 video. So we'll see. But again, because I'm live when it went live, I couldn't watch that. I didn't want to, but I might fall back to sleep. I mean, it's not a problem, Pixel. It is the weekend. You need rest. That is the main thing. But you can follow the Pixel Princess, who has been doing a lot of Pokopia, some lab shiny hunting, looking for a turtle as well. It's returning to some ZA, does do some artwork, and has some doggo animal cameos too. But thank you for the lurk, whichever way around it goes. But hope we might try it tomorrow on something. But if we're doing DAs, I don't know where to try it on DAs. Now you do Flirty Fridays. Fair enough. Hopefully it went well, and you let somebody get enough sleep. Shall we say? I won't mention names, but I think we know what system they're from. From what I've been hearing the last couple of days. I'm the one who did not sleep. No, we need Pixel to be refreshed for the long stream weekends. And eventually joining in with this slightly over the top and ambitious challenge. Because we know that this is a bit too much. Out of interest, Mr. Astro, is how long is the tutorial? So I believe it's based on what I've seen so far. Is as long as the auto counter can see the gameplay, whatever the trigger is to make the auto counter go up, it should work regardless of whether it's the same system or not. Oh, that's good. It didn't. I think I might have missed something in the setup then. You got 3 targets in ZA. Nice, nice. GG. Hopefully, you are closer and closer to that dex completion. I thought I had done that bit, but I don't know. I did the sensible, like, as somebody who might be using it as well, or Mr. Astro, in this challenge, do you reckon the go on Ivysaur is the best thing to use? Or encounter Pokemon of choice? The what on the Ivysaur? So when I go into this encounter, we'll go into the encounter and you'll see what happens. Watch what it says text-wise for the Ivysaur. So you encountered the word Squovit, then it says go on Ivysaur. I know you can do it. That should be the frame I should take the picture of, right? Well, I thought that would make the most sense. 221 normal decks. And confusion on hyperspace decks. What's confusion you on the hyperspace decks? And is that to get shinies only, or are you looking for shelfers in that? So I thought to go on Ivysaur is the only thing that you only get one. I don't want to do your encountered this. Swap back to it, it would double count it. Yeah. But at the moment we're not getting close to that bit. We have a Squirvid. No shinies yet, Mrs. Astro. No. If I set it up to work, I 100% won't be swapping the Pokemon around. So don't worry. What your encounter you selected is to see. Should also only happen once. Yeah, that's what I thought. This would technically only happen once. It's what your encounter you selected to be. See, so if what the encounter could be, whatever you see are those. But then you woke up. Bri is getting them all. However, I do think you would be any reason you could have just used the Pokemon you have that goes up. So I could do. So let's just use this as another example. If I could get, we'll get the encounter. If I was to get your encounter a wild, is that going to be enough? Do you reckon? I don't know the number I'm at is confusion, and I do 4 living decks, alpha male, female, shiny of each. But can't mix and match these requirements as long as the criteria is okay. Have you tried using PokePC? This website. If you put in PokePC to a Google, you might be able to do this yourself. And you could call one male, one female, one shiny, one alpha. And then you can use that to track what you've done. Yeah, that's what I mean. I need to really watch it. There's no point trying troubleshoot a quick attempt at doing it, shall we say. I think from what I saw from most people, different things can trigger it. It's whichever is a one occurrence name that can trigger the count. Same bits adventures, and it's a bit of proper deep dive. Yeah. There is a yam mask in the chat if you're interested. Yeah, I'm not. It's gonna make me do Reggie and Mudkip hunts so fast now. And all that big mixed up, I just need to do the math. Okay. That makes sense. But yeah, it's one it's gonna need a little bit of let's pay attention to the video and then do it. Encounter the wild as my message on the random free one on my phone. I've been using working fines. Yeah, that's what I thought it would be. I was trying just to do that go on Ivy, so I know you said if I changed it would count it twice. I get that. But yeah. But as I said, it got released while we were live, so I haven't been able to watch the tutorial. I thought it was just take a picture and go. Which is my problem. But how have you been, JD? How are things? You're obsessed with classifications, so I don't give up the order of the boxes. No worries. Order fan missed out. I've already figured a way to use my controller for the Kip and the Reggie because I realized I can bind the L and the R. Fair enough. I just wish I could find an easy way to do ones and twos when I'm streaming at the moment, because at the moment I just have to use my phone. And I don't really like doing that. And yes, I could get a stream deck, but that's like £50 to just be able to make something go up one. So I get that. What I found has had enough of the PCG. Things are difficult, but nothing new, so I'm managing. Hope you're well. I saw you publish the event. Yes. Hopefully you will continue to get better. If you do want to take part in this event, feel free to ask away. It is now open to everyone, but you have to ask to join rather than just submit something you get. So that is like the bit that makes it a bit stricter. We were talking about doing it and the rules for the last like 3 days, and probably most of today. When do you see streaming? I don't think we will. I don't think we will. Not for a long time. But it is all sort of in the Discord if you want to jump in. Exactly, so a long time away. Back when they release Ruby and Sapphire on the NSO for the first time. Right? I'm reading the rules as you speak. Okay, so there are some rules on Shiny Decks, and there are some extended bits of the rules in the Discord. But we chose to be quite strict because we want it to be as full odds as possible. I thought Baby Astro was doing better. Yeah, she can get the last Reggie in the SBVC. But let's be honest, this is probably the last game where there's full-blown odds shiny hunting you can do. But knowing Mr. Astro, he probably will still be on Route 1. Because we know Mr. Astro doesn't want to do this. No, I know, you've got so many projects. It's not saying you should have joined in. I want to point that out. I've decided to be ambitious, and I don't know what my total for today will be. For some reason, my head thinks it's later than it actually is. Will be Route 1 when Baby Astro starts being a streamer. Maybe. He may have got the mudkip by then. I would like to think he would have. Maybe Pixel will have had got the Squirtle. Can you access the breeding center in the wild zone as soon as you register? We're for it. We're sort of trying to not. Technically, we can, but we're looking to not do the breeding too early, to stop people thinking, "Oh, we'll just go and breed." If you get what I mean. Part 2 is very short because like you've only got one route after the grass gym, and that's where the daycare center is. So I thought that it would be quite good if we could throw the breeding into that area. Because I think once we do that area, outside of a couple of maybe soft resets, there's only about 6 or 8 encounters in that area. So by then we can get the Diglets. Because I don't really want to make everybody run around and get the Diglets, because you need 100 Diglets to get the Alolan starter of your choice. So that's why I'm trying to put the breeding there, so we can do the Alolan, the 2 Kanto, because technically we don't get Charmander. Now, if the Pokemon is only exclusively caught in DAs, I probably won't do the Hoenn starters yet. I won't do Charmeleon and any of the regionals in there. It's going to be things like the Farfetch'd, Cantonian Farfetch'd Meowth Persian. And if there is a way to trade the other regional forms, I would have to research that a tiny bit more. But that's the bit that I think we got to... it's up for discussion, because some people might not have the DLC or have access to it, so they won't be able to do the Kanto starters. I've asked that people tell us what starter they've picked, because then I've got a save with every starter. If I find out there's one starter with only one person doing it, then I'm more likely to target that one, just to mix it up a bit. But I can do all of them. I've got the Ivysaur from a DA, but I can take Squirtle on this save, so I can technically... Oh yeah, and the Slowpokes. We would have to do the Cantonian Slowpokes as well through breeding. But I'm trying to not let breeding be an option unless it's essential, or it's the only way to get that Pokemon. Because I think we also get access to the incense when we get to Holeberry or Holefield, whatever it's called. So we can get Igglybuff, I think is only breedable. But yeah, that's where some of the slightly stricter rules are put in place. So I need to get Sobble for your Dream Team quests, but of course I want to do that one prior to Gym 1, so I wanted to check, because then I know that if I want to do it early, if you want to do one early, you can do one early. I just don't want people to think they can go and do all of the breeding, because I don't want people to focus solely on breeding, who are going to do the rest of the challenge as well, if that makes sense. Because somebody could go and do all the starters, and the rest of us are doing wild encounters, and that person get all 12. All 12 instantly. And then suddenly they're like, why aren't you getting anything? But if we all do it as a in a group in the middle, it will make a bit more sense. But then I guess if you were doing, yeah, that's the way to look at it. Because it'll be easy if somebody just gets sick and tired of going for the Pyukumuku, as we've mentioned. It's 1% encounter. If somebody's like, I can't be bothered with that anymore, they could go and breed it. It could be a community say that that's the last thing we need, and nobody's getting encounters. Let's just tick it off, do it this way. Like, it's sort of like a last resort type of thing. So I'm hoping that makes sense. But technically, if anybody else goes past the first gym, we're going to be a bit strict and not really accept anything. Like, we've got like the one exception that we know, but that's more to do with the save has already been set up to that point. I'm not going to make people set up a new save if they've got one badge. If they've got 8, then it's more of a case, well, you kind of have to set up a new save. But because otherwise there's no proof that you don't have the charm and other little things like that. I know it sounds strict, but it's because it's balancing out from my original concept. In one theory of what I wanted to do was I was going to make the suggestion of maybe doing a starter per gym, or their line before each gym. Do you count the wild area for this? Yes, we do. And most of the Isle of Armor at the moment, because it's under level 20. That's where it's become very, very... well, there's 319 from what I believe are the targets we can get. I might need to take off Galarian, Slowbro, and Slowking. They're the only two I think might be wrong. So I'm pretty sure you can't get the reefs until you have the bike on the water. I think you can get all of the twigs for them, but you can't get the actual reef. So it might be a case of we sort of get 3 Galarian Slowpokes and just put 2 on hold. But yeah, the wild area, there's quite a lot of encounters. This map, it is rolling fields, dappled, grove, both east and lake, east and west lake Axwell, both north and south melodic, and only the in the grass encounters in the Watchtower ruins. In Kidder, in Isle of Armor, it is Fields of Honor, Training Lowlands, Brawler's Cave, Courageous Cavern, Forest of Focus, Training Lowlands, Warm-Up Tunnel, Pot Bottom Desert, Challenge Road, and Challenge Beach, and Loop Lagoon, I believe. That are all accessible and all under level 20. There's a couple of side bits to a couple of those areas. Some of the Wanderers will be over level 20. Without a badge, you cannot catch anything over level 20. The game will not let you. Don't get why Watchtower is focused. Yeah, neither do I. Especially when those same Pokemon are in the grass. In normal weather, you'll get Driftbloom, Duskull, I think Ghastly. It's the same. Loop Lagoon's the same, I'm pretty sure. I think the wild grass is lower than the overspawns or the other way round. So that's a couple. As an example. We do also say if we get to the breeding bit, the Ditto you use has to be in the same language. And for Oak, just the first stretch of the first gym. And for I'm not. And for Oak, the first stretch is to the first gym. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as we've got everything, we can fight the gym leader. And then we can unlock part 2. which again, part 2 and part 3 should be relatively small. Because I think while some of the Moto, what's it called? Some of the Motorstoke Riverbank onwards could be under 30. I think there's a toss of a coin between them. So I don't want to put it too much. So I can do all the routes between then, yes. So you can do route 1, 2, 3, 4 and Galar Mine. If you want to just stick to the basic routes. And not touch the wild area as well. So looking at the video tutorial, there's a fair amount of setup needed. But it looks like you need to set up the virtual OBS camera with the game on its own. With the ShinyDex app that looks at that. So as long as the ShinyDex can see the OBS virtual camera, it should be fine. Okay, then I will have to look to see what I did wrong, because I'm pretty sure that's what I did. I trust it's on Discord now too. Yes. Yeah. I have it as a set role, so if I need to communicate to everyone, I can just tag the people in that role instead of everyone in the Discord. Pretty much, because let's be honest, if I add everyone when there's 10 to 15 people taking part, it's not fair on the other. A lot of people involved in the Discord getting tagged for something they don't really care about or not wanting to take part in. We got what if I had missed again? There's a few bits, it's just a fair bit of setup to get going and then seems straightforward. Okay. I took a picture, I saved the picture. It didn't seem to take the picture, so I'll do it later. That seems like the most sensible way. It might be that I didn't take the picture of the OBS. I took the picture of the web page. Maybe that's what I did wrong. But I think I need to concentrate to do it, and I'm not going to be able to concentrate on doing that while I'm streaming. As I said, I can set up to record or just put one of the VODs on. I could even just do it with this VOD. And do it that way, couldn't I? Just make the VOD play. And take the picture and try it that way. So there are things to play with on my end. I can definitely see it. If I can participate, there's a couple of mons I want to shiny hunt in this. But the hardest one in the first stretch goes to my Sizzlipede. Sizzlipede is why we sort of said you could go to DAs to get encounters with abilities. Because I'm pretty sure with Flash Fire it will bump it to 50% encounter chance in the random grass. Don't do a picture. It looks at the actual game as if you're playing it live. Might be. I think I basically had the camera running and it picked where I wanted to take the freeze frame. And I picked that, but again, I will probably pick it up when I watch the tutorial. At the end of the day, like, I could sit here and try to do it, but I'm only going to give it half the attention from bits of one message and bits of what I think it is, and it's not really going to help. I'm somebody that needs to sit there, be spoken to like I'm two, and I'll solve it. That's how I did the mic change. I watched about 3 tutorials, tweaked the mic, and now we don't peak anymore. And a few other settings I've worked on just by watching videos. I usually watch them 2 or 3 times. Afternoon, Varus. I am doing good. How are you today? But thank you for at least having a look, at least making it sound like it's going to be easy to understand. That's the big thing. I'm not even looking at the ShinyDex. I'm already pretty sure I could go and set it up for mine. Actually, really easy to set up. Okay. Well, hopefully it will pass quickly, Varus. 104. As you can see, we are now on the Professor Voices challenge. We have the people entered in. But if you are committing to it, JD, I will need to actually add you to the ShinyDex page. I'm making it so it's only people we put down as participants that can take part. Because I want to be able to communicate if something goes wrong or something isn't right with the entries. That is the big thing. If you click on the link in the pinned comment, you can read through the basics of the rules, or you can, on the role select in the Discord, you can pick the SPVC, and that will open up some more channels for you, Varys. And it'll show you the pictures and everything. Happy Free Comic Book Day. Nice, nice. I will do a test stream soon, so I can check if I can get footage correctly. If it all works, you will enter later. You can do it offline as well. You don't need to do it as a streamer. I will also point that out. There are people here, I believe, do not stream who are taking part. But yeah, I don't know if you've both seen the rules in the Discord. Did you get to pick the SPVC role? And you can see like the pictures that I've sort of put forward that we're kind of looking to take. That the reason why I've asked for the Pokédex page is I don't want people to do all the encounters and stuff, like do the knockout method. We're trying to avoid that more than anything else. So that is the big thing. We just need to put a bit of focus on it. And yeah, we're trying to just teach the fullest of full odds. That is the goal. And we were using the tutorial picture as an example. So we've got it here, I think. Well, because I've technically encountered one, this is what we're sort of asking for. I need to start creating a brand new profile for your Dream quest, so this should be no problem. That's perfect. So when you are entering it, you would have to have this page on the Pokédex. It shows how many you've battled. The main reason we ask that, again, you can do the Brilliant Aura, but we don't want people doing that. We're trying to do it at the fullest odds as possible. I haven't got this, don't worry, this is an old shiny. This is just for the vault, but it's worked out perfectly that you have to battle one for story progression. So that's why we put the knockout method at the limit of 19, because there are a few things you have to battle a couple of times. Neither do I, to be honest. But I think the way I read it in what I would call my personal dumbed down way of looking at it is it kind of increases the number of brilliant auras that spawn and brilliant auras get the shiny odds lowered. I realize for the league card there's no way to prove that it's up to date unless you reprint the card. A lot of it is like we have to put a bit of trust into it, like, you know, at the end of the day, like, yeah, there isn't. That's why I've also got it on like permissions to join. So ideally there is a way to communicate. Like the only way to potentially do it is if we want to get extra strict is on this page. Can I do anything with this? Is there any proof of when it was taken? No. But thank you for the raid, Pokemaster Link. How was the stream? And what were you up to? Welcome to the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge, where we are trying to get a full Shiny Dex before Gym Badges. It has turned into a community event, so people are joining in to see how well we do. But if you don't follow Pokemaster Link, he does do a lot of the gacha games. So if you are interested in gacha, a bit of Call of Duty, a bit of Marvel Rivals, a bit of Yoshi, there's a big variety of games that come from Bugmaster link, so feel free to follow along and see what he is up to. You don't want to take out... the thing is, why the 500 is like the max odds, but if you were to hit 100, you've also lowered the odds as well. So that's why like 19 is kind of the limit. And we said 19 is because it counts trainer battles as well. And because if you include the trainer battles, I think you faced like 3 or 4 Wooloos. There is all of the chance you could accidentally knock something out as well. So just remember that as well. Like it, especially when most of this is just going to be encounters. It's so easy just to press fight. So if you end up doing 2 or 3, it's not difference. Getting 1 or 19 does not change the odds. When you hit 20, it goes down slightly more. Wouldn't want his face toxicity also only count for breeding. If you're gonna get, you can get Toxel in the wild. In after the Motorstoke Bridge, it appears in the wild. But the concept is to not do it at all, more than anything else. Stream was long, productive, did every story. In Gation and ZZZ. The latter I finished before next week's update, and some Overwatch, Rivals, and Call of Duty. The new Zombies map got was open. Congratulations and thank you. I feel like it is going very well at the moment. We all seem to have come together to join in on this slightly ambitious challenge. Shall we use the term? But the idea is trying not to do the breeding Varus as well. We want to try and step away from just going, oh, it's easier to breed. Like, if we have to breed things, we will, but if we don't, we're not. We're meant to be doing the hardest possible hunting, which is what makes this more interesting for me personally, which is what the idea was going to be a me project. So that is why. I swapped a non-damaging move at the top, just in case. That makes sense. That does. I haven't really set up anything for most of mine, like... But yeah. Could I be added? You can do. Can you see the role selection in the Discord? Just out of interest. It should be in the announcements there. You should be able to click role select. And if you can, if you react to the SPVC one, then you should see some more channels. If you put in, I know you've asked me now, and I get that I can add you. There's a request to join tab. If you just fill that basic bit out, it's very simple. Just what game you're using, what starter you're taking, what's a couple of your preferred hunts. I would say look at the event, because that is everything we need before the first gym. And what your Shiny Dex account name is. That's the main thing you need to add, and then I can add you in as a participant. It will probably be done this afternoon, if not tomorrow. We will be doing DAs tomorrow, but just remember you won't get the bike, so the beginning bit is very annoyingly long and running. I'm assuming you're just going to take Score Bunny, because I know it's your favourite. I know I've sort of overcomplicated with how I've described like the beginning bit. The only reason I suggest Dynamax Pokemon is that you have level 65. So if you find something that's difficult to catch, you should just be able to take hit after hit. That is the main reason why I put it in there. It's got nothing to do with anything for an advantage. Anything you do get in DAs while setting up Shiny will not count, but it is a GG on the shiny if you did get one. That's the best way to put it. And I sort of say touch the DLC so you can get what to get the preferred Pokeball, or money to get more basic Pokeballs. It's kind of your choice, because you can do the old luxury ball glitch if you want. There is a Beedrill in the chat. Side to side. Exactly, we just wave our hands. And wave our hands. Not in it, or you're blind. I swear you were in the Discord, Varus. I thought you were. I swear I've seen you in there. There we go. You got to wave your hands, Jim. Are you happy now? But yeah, that's where we can join it all. Where I've asked for people to pick things they would like, it's sort of like a gentleman's agreement that you won't really target those Pokemon until at least we get a bit of a chunk into the challenge, so that the people that have requested that one has a chance to get it first. That's the main thing. I'm trying to make sure everyone at least can have their choice early. Like if we hit, like, we may do it sort of a rule that if we hit 100 it becomes free game. You go for whatever you want. But that seems like a long way into it. That's a third of the total. So that is the thinking there. So I'm hoping that explains anything for anybody newer. But these Pokemon are not being as friendly as I would have hoped today. We are only going to stream this on the days if I am available. It's going to be Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. That is the plan. I still want to keep one day for radar, one day for some of the booster Thursdays. Where can I see what others have requested? Let's just get into this next encounter and I can give you the role. You are not the one we're after. Where are we? New trainers. I know you're one of the newer people, so I can find you easier. I don't know why it doesn't work as well, but so now that you have the role, if you go in there, you should be able to see the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge tabs or channels. I've put them in the update. There's like a list of what people have requested. But in the request to join, you can put what you would like. I said put up to 5. You don't have to put 5. You can put just 1. I've just done mine as an example. The main reason I've done that is because there is a little bit of the game that I will need myself or anyone else doing shield to target. More than anything else really, because it's just the levels are weird. Shield has them lower than sword. And the starter name is because then if 10 people have picked Sobble and 2 people have picked Score Bunny, then we know the Score Bunny people might need some help when we get to the breeding segment. Pretty much. And I need the Shiny Dex name so I can add you as a participant. Because I don't want people just entering it without asking me. With multiple forms, so can I pick if someone else is right? What was it that you were after, just out of interest? And that'll probably be the best way to answer the question. Zigzagoon is one of them. Okay, I think the person meant Galarian Zigzagoon, but is it just, if this is for your Dream Team quest, right, would that become a Linoon slash Obstagoon eventually? Or are you going to want to keep it as a Zigzagoon? That's probably the next best question. I don't know. I think we can trade for the Zigzagoon if you want the normal Zigzagoon. That'll be. I don't mind evolving or not evolving. Okay. But let's see. Let's just check. Let's check first. And the Galarian, it would be, yeah. Okay. But is it going to be for your Dream Team quest? Or is it just like to add to your general Shiny Living Dexes? Well, the thing is, technically you would both be hunting it if you were both going to go for it. Dun, 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 dun. We have the slow songs again. I don't know which form it would be. Okay, so we could just sort of say the first person gets it between the two of you gets the Galarian Zigzagoon, the second one becomes the Linoon. Right? That makes sense. So that can work perfectly fine. It's more I just don't want somebody to go, oh, I just feel like doing that now. When somebody who's joined the challenge at the beginning has said that they would like Zigzagoon and somebody walks in and goes, I'm just going to get that because they haven't requested it. Again, it's all about a bit of an honorary system. If like a couple of people want to do it. When you can you check the Shiny Dex page and set the date to today's date? Did it to yesterday's date? No. What did you catch yesterday? That was full odds. That's the question. To execute. Where did you get them? Out of interest. Violet? Oh, this is a Sword and Shield only one. Oh, the ones you've entered in to the Dex 2026. Is that what you mean? Mine is just Shiny Dex completion, so I still need Faru, so you're not too worried. Okay. For your own, I can't edit anything that you've done, but you can go on the edit page. If you go onto your decks and go on edit decks, you can change the dates yourself on your own. Oh, I know. I wanted to see them. Okay. Okay. We will. We will. Bree has figured out the auto tracker, so at least I know who to put on speed dial when it goes wrong for me. Does it work, though? Does that mean Bulbasaur's on today? Is that the thing? You're going to go for your Bulbasaur today? And it's nice to know that it sounds like it works offline as well. Didn't get it at first, but then I missed the crucial setup. Fair enough. That's probably what I missed. Just trying to do it without watching the guide. Voila. But yeah, as I said, I can set up watching a VOD and get the frame I need that way, can't I? But we'll see. We'll see if we are smart enough to figure it out. That's it. At this point, the hunt's there, everything else up for grabs, so I won't mind anyone goes for the hunts in the later stage. It makes more sense reserving hunts. Yeah, the idea is to try and limit the hunts for what is currently on there. So there's so many to go for. Let's be honest. Like, it's designed, I just wanted to sort of be at the stage where I think a lot of people are, if they are going to do this, want to get the Galarian exclusive Pokemon. If that makes sense. Like, I might not even do part 2 first come first serve attitude might be the way we have to go, because there's so little in that area. But I won't even worry about part 2 until we're at about 300. I think that'll be the best way to do it. I think part 4 is going to be the most difficult, because that's when you open up most of the wild area. Amazing evolution methods of Galarian Yamask. Yeah, that's not too difficult though. I don't know how you're meant to know that without a guide, but whatever. Does a trainer tell you how to do it? Galarian Meowth is yes. Normal Meowth you get, but we can't breed until after it. I do know somebody did say they would like to do the Meowth, but again, it gets down to who gets there first. I know it's not on the list yet. It's difficult because I had a few people in chat saying what they would like and a few people that put in their Discord what they want. I wanted something down in writing so people could check. There should be a regional form in Inkayamama. Hold down the switch upside down while performing another action. What about one if you just turn it left to right? Could that be a regional form for it? So I'm going to go for Rookity, but they rarely spawn and I keep running into Squirvets and hidden mods. I get that. The thing with Rookity, it's pretty much in every random grass in 2 as well. We found that out in a Nuzlocke. I'm trying my hardest to avoid the Wooloos. That's my main one. Take a specific amount of Roy while standing in a specific spot while holding the switch upside down. Exactly. Exactly. Problem solved. In the fog. So you have to be champion to use it. I will also point out for this, you don't need to be using the trackers to see how many you get. It is up to you how you want to hunt. I've only just done it for the visual for the stream. So everyone can see what we are doing, where we are, what the main things are that we're going for. And so on and so forth. I don't think it took... no, we're not doing this as a form dex, no. The only ones that are different are if it 100% has a different typing. So, like, the regional forms are the only ones. So Pokemon 2. Indeed, but you can, if you're not going to do competitive, you just use the focus sash, don't you? And take a big hit. If I want to go for an evolution, do I put that in instead? You can do. You can put the Alcremie in. Just remember, I don't think we have to battle the coffee people to get the sweet, annoyingly. And if we're checking on the battle numbers, we got to just make sure we don't go over the Milcery. And I think Milcery is only in the grass, isn't it? So it's not quite as bad. Don't think it's an overworld spawn. So if it is random encounter only, we can sort of do some allowance. Like, as soon as you get the sweet, you're not going to do any more battling against the sweet guy, are you? And I think we need to do that for Spritzy and Swirlix as well. I don't know when you officially get the one in the game that you're playing. Autofan still not catching stuff. There is a slack off in the chat. If you need the slack off, feel free to try and catch. Ooh, Varus needs it. Because I think you get the sweet in Hammerlock, the one freebie one. So technically we're not going to get that sweet until later. It might be a case of if you get the Milcery shiny and the you have done your battle, like it might be an idea of trying to get the Milcery first, then you can take the photo afterwards and then you can start doing the battling. Started with the name on the Switch. Oak Dex Challenge. I think that's what mine's called, so one of my profiles is called. So it's not too much of a problem. But we're all trying to get this. Shirio. We got 5 catches. We know the Autofans missed already. Never mind. We will try again. I think one of the best things with this challenge is you don't actually need to have online to do it. You can, but you don't need it. So I think that's nice. The blip bugs are still haunting us. It would be amazing if we did get one shiny on day 1. I will say that. But getting that shiny is going to be the next challenge. Is there not the items? No. As far as I know, you can't. The only thing they really sell is the moves and the preferred Pokeball of choice. You know, this Rose guy did seem chilled at the same time, bad guy, due to events of 1,000 years in the future. Indeed, he did. He was an interesting fella. But I know that you can get the roll of the dice against the coffee guy who does a battle with you. So with that, but if you're going for Milcery, it might put you over. I think you would be very unlucky not to get a sweet, to be honest. I think the other option is you could actually continue on the story on the Isle of Armor and get the Cramorant, or Cramomatic, and get the sweets in there. Good morning, Huntress. How are we doing today? JD with 12 badges. Just to check, would I be able to do from another account? Technically, it has to be in your game's language. That is like the very strict rule. You can't bring Masuda Ditto in. Again, we don't need to worry about the Ditto right now. You slept for 8 hours. Well-deserved rest, right? Yeah, but we're not going to be doing the breeding till part 2, so we're a long way from there. I can try your luck with the wood seller for the sweets in the Crown Tundra. I'm not completely sure whether he actually turns up. Like, I've tried looking for him before, I couldn't see him. But yeah, today is the event, yes. We've had even more interest today. No shinies, but hey, it's only 3 hours in. But it's been fun. We still have not got... We're trying to get the new auto tracker. We're going to try and get the auto tracker to work for the next chapter of the day. But there's no point focusing too much right now. Let's be honest, we're halfway through. Focus on what's in front of us, not what we can add in the future. I will, Brie, I will, and thank you for offering to help. I've mentioned before, I'm kind of one of these people that needs to sit down and watch a video and then understand what I'm doing rather than be able to rewind a bit otherwise. The amount of tutorials I've been through. You're going to start some breakfast? No worries. Spiro's on toast, I believe, is the preferred choice. Thank you for the hydrate. I think we're very close to the Adlands, so I can top up the water in the Adlands. Perfect timing. Otherwise, I might just pivot back into just doing time only and not do the number of encounters. I know it's a bit annoying, but it might be my only way around everything. But yeah, I think everything has gone pretty smoothly today. But we don't want to do the shiny hunting during the ads because we don't want to miss an encounter. You know what it will be like. The one we get in the ad will be the shiny one. I get to take some drink and all of that before the next bit. Like, we might get to a stage as the community and sort of be like, you know what, we just need to do the breeding. So we'll just do some hatching. Pukumuku is the best example. I guess, as we sort of said, the dream scenario is we do like the Cherubi run every day. See if anyone does get lucky on that. But I think you can only do the trees once a day, can't you? But I could also research that a bit. But we are just out of the Adlands, so we are back. Right, let's go. It's not good when somebody didn't sleep and they've got to go out most of the night. You can also follow along with the Shiny Huntress, who is on a big partner push, has achieved the first of the 2 required months, but is doing a Shiny Dream Team quest, has got 2 Pokemon at the moment. So if you want to see her continue the quest, get your gachas as well. A little bit of a celebration, I believe, later today. And support, talk some horror, some wrestling, and a few other things. Follow along and support where you can. We'll go over it. I personally want to do one in each location. That's my main goal. I think there is going to be an annoying one coming up a bit later, which I guess we can talk about. When you go to face the fire gem, there is a Litwick in there. I think that might be the first time you can catch a Litwick. That can be shiny. So I think we might all be doing a lot of soft reselling for Litwick. I don't think we'll be able to... we might be able to evolve it. I think you probably could, but you'll need to make sure we've got candies going into that as well. But we'll see. We will see. Okay, just checking one last time, because Varus put score bunny. If I pick Sobble pre-route 5D cannon, it does not count. If no, oh, he's put that he wanted to get it shiny, did he? I didn't realize he'd put that. You could put Sobble. The thing is, when we get to that stage, we may all be going breeding, so there will need 3 Sobbles, but you can put it in. Again, that is going to be a long way down the road. Any of the starters will be a long way down the road. Hence why we're trying not to do the starters now. That's like one of the things I'm trying not to say, let's do the starters. I'm kind of treating it as in technically you're not meant to go over a motor soap bridge as the game sort of played out. You can't catch anything over there. So that's what I'm trying to sort of get through. I'll have to check what has been put in there. Put Sobble for the DTF, but not entering it for the challenge. Okay. Because I was tempted to say we can't do Ditto until we can actually catch a Ditto. Or the breeding until we can actually catch a Ditto. Which I don't think is until we have 6 badges. Strangely enough. Because I think the only wild encounter for Dittos is in the sea. But I might be wrong with that. I know you can get it in one Pacific den, but that's it. What the? Why did that go off? Why do you switch yourself off? Why did that go off? You're on streamer mode. No? Why have you turned off streamer mode? I hate this at times. Don't switch streamer mode off. No worries, no worries. But you can reset for a female starter to breed. You could. We're trying not to overcomplicate it, I'll say. That is something we could have done. It's because I opened OBS. I forgot that I did that. Silly game. Silly game. That's fine. I will get Sobble in a pretty ball. Wait, how do you do that? Oh. I don't know. I didn't know you could change the starter balls. But I'm assuming you probably get one from another game. That might be, that's not the wood. Since it would not be for a chance, I can get a Sobble for stewardship. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Enjoy some lunch. we will hopefully get... What number should we get to? 1-5, do we reckon, today? I know we've got a bit distracted. But that would make the same amount as last time, actually. 750 a stream. And we didn't include the cherubies. There is a Drifloon in the chat, if you would like a Drifloon. According to this, we do 188 encounters an hour. So that's a thing. So we'll see how that goes. See if we can keep that up. That should mean we hit 1-5 within the hour. Just. But it will be interesting to see who gets the first shiny of this. Like, the simple thing would be it should just be Squovit, just for the comedy of the challenge. The first thing you encounter is the first one you get. Let's go. Let's get him. We need this. We need the W, right? We do? We do. Will this be the one? So I guess this is the one thing about this, is it does turn into a very, very repetitive task after a while. And we both got the Drifloon. GG, everybody. But yeah, I guess the more we do this, the more people are going to go, well, this looks like fun. They're doing well. I want to do some shiny hunting. Because I have also mentioned about the other minor concept I was considering, which was getting a community. It was going to be a personal, but it might turn into a community one. Living Dynamax Adventure Shiny Collection as well. Which, if we did pull the trigger on that one, we can add that Excel goal. But that does include all of the legends. Someone fishing up the Pukamuku as the first shiny would be funny. Oh, I know. I was even tempted to go and have a go at that today. For a little while. Because I don't know if chain fishing actually works. I heard some people say it does, but some people say it was meant to, but it's broken. So it doesn't actually work like it should. Because there are a lot of horrible fishing encounters to do. I know I could have done like a full list of everywhere you could get each Pokemon. I don't know if that's what people would want. I feel like that's a bit too much. To be honest, I think that is just a bit... well, that's to say time consuming. Like, it could be something I do a bit at a time, but... Because technically after this, well, it isn't it? It was a certain chain increase fishing aura chance. Okay, and then the auras get the boost. I'm assuming that's pretty much how the aura stuff works. So do you reckon suction cups is needed for fishing? Like it is in X and Y? But then we don't want to do chain fishing. But you also need to catch or KO. Okay, so we won't be doing that. So that's not too bad. Like Wishy Washy's going to be just as difficult. Which is, I think, 5% in one fishing spot. I feel like I want to go for a couple of easier ones to start the challenge, just to show that we've got some. The most amazing thing is somebody's already got a curry shiny. I know. Like we were talking with Bradlow yesterday about it, and he was saying there'll probably be like 3 all month, and somebody got one day one, which was just made me laugh. But that's how that game works, right? 1 minute it's normal, the next minute it's not. I might find that when we get to the breeding stage, somebody goes, I'm going to do them all, and gets them all in one day. 1 in 46. When there's a few minutes per encounter, it sounds terrible. Yeah, it does. I think I did 15 curries and I got 1 encounter as well. Because I didn't seem to be able to get the curry to be very good. So I don't really know why or what I did wrong, but most of the guides are really confusing out there. Even Austin John hasn't done a good guide for it, which is unheard of. That Austin John didn't do a shiny hunting guide. That's how little he must care about it. He just did the guide to complete the decks. In fairness, there isn't too much from them. It just sort of increases a bad spawn. That makes sense. I guess the good thing is you can see it shiny. Maybe. But generally speaking, it's not great. I think the reason why a few more people would be interested is because of the badge feature. I think you don't have to get any for the first few curries anyway, since you need... Yeah, and I don't really know how... Yeah, I get that you've got to increase the social level, but I don't know how... It sort of said, like, the type of curry you make gets points. So I bought 999 of one of the ingredients off the backpackers and 999 berries and just thought, let's see what happens. But I can't get higher than... I did get 1 copperage a level. I don't really know what makes a difference or what. It's very confusing. It might be something I just do offline anyway. I think the higher the quality, the rarer the berries, how well it cooks. Yeah, because I think most people were saying go and manipulate your game to get it certain rarer berries. But then I don't really want to do that in any game. Like we've mentioned before, I don't manipulate time in my games. I don't really enjoy it, even in Scarlet and Violet when it doesn't really change much. This is the same. I'm even very reluctant to say do the weather ones, but I know we're going to probably have to. But then after I get one off all of the routes, I may focus on the wild area. I think that would be kind of nice to do. Because at least we can tick off a lot of things there. Like the route stuff, the weather's never going to change. Like, Eevee's going to be horrible because we need to get 8 Eevees, isn't it? So, that's more... Is that more of a shield encounter or a sword one? I know it's in both, but it's higher in one than the other. So Eevee's not going to be nice to go for. The way I always done the weather is if it's the right weather that day, I'll go for it, but won't actively. Yeah, that's kind of been me. When we were doing some of the previous hunting, I was trying to get... I think we were trying to do Cramorant in the past. And Cramorant under the bridges in the rain is just every spawn with a Storm Drain Pokemon. So I went and set everything up, and I think I switched it on the 1st of December. I remember because I picked the 1st of December and went there, and every single weather was rain, was snow. every part of the wild area was snow that day. So I think the first of each month it is definitely one weather on each area. And that's what I got. So that wasn't much fun. But the most of, like, again, this is why, again, I do say, like, if you're going to go for something, a little bit of quick research gets to point out where we're going and what we're doing. But hey, that is an additional problem. That's for something way down the line. If we're being honest with ourselves, when we get to 100 ticked off, that's when we should start focusing on the weather, target each stream, day, whatever. If we're at 300, then it is a bit of emergency. We've got to figure out the best solution. But the first couple should just be, let's get a few of the nice ones done. So I don't know what else turns up in the intense sunlight for where you are that is exclusive to the wild zone. But I guess we can find out. I think some of the Isle of Armor doesn't have big storms, does it? When I hit the 1-4, I am going to just quickly pop to the toilet, and then we're back again. That's going to be the plan. And the other thing with this is it might be a chance to start doing some slightly longer hunts, which I would like to do, or longer streams. Yeah, I am just going to go on a very, very quick BRB. So, does this work? Well, I can put that up. I'll be back very shortly. Sorry about that. We are back. We are back. Let's see. What is the next? We might just drop the headphones for a moment. Oh, that was perfect. We got a Squovit in the chat. If you would like a Squovit, feel free to try and catch. Don't feel like wasting an Ultra Ball on a Squovit today. But not many of them. I'm trying to see what a shiny Caterpie looks like. Is that a problem that I don't really know? Is that a problem? A Blipbug? What's next? Is it Caterpie? Okay. Okay, the top is more red. So not that. It's red rather than green, I think. But we'll try and get these last 1,000 encounters done. And see whether we can get a very early shiny. And then we will go and find some more shiny hunters of the world to say hello to. Because we know what my egg luck is like, so there's no point me doing the breeding, is there? Let's be honest. We've seen how that goes. Only one catch. We needed Ultra Balls to catch a Squovit? Are you sure? Are we sure? Right. Well, it took 4 fishing encounters to spawn Pokemon. There's a good sign, I guess. Nice. Chi-Chi. I forgot what the other spawns are there. Is it just Magikarp and... is it Goldeen or Barboach by that one? I really didn't pay enough attention to absolutely everything when I did this list. Like, I just looked. If it said under 20, I added it. And then I went back through the list and added anything that was evolutions. Then I looked at the list, and if I didn't put the evolution in, I had to go and find it again. I'm looking at you, Herdier and Klinklang. I kept missing them. Because the list is alphabetical when you do an event. It's really frustrating. Okay, because Magikarp's going to be the most annoying one, because it's going to be everywhere. And we're bound to phase on Magikarps. Which will be fun. It's, I guess, picking the best location where there's the least. I did learn that running from an encounter gets rid of the fishing spot. Okay. That's good to know. Because where there's something else that we haven't really talked about as the challenge to this is when we do get the second one for evolving, what do we use to level up? At the moment, because we can't knock stuff out that we don't already have. And I don't think many people are going to want to grind on Squovits, for example, for a Greedent. I know we can get a few candies from DAs and stuff. But do we allow people to just put it in another game with candies and evolve it and send it back? This is why I've said about the raid dens being an option for candies and stuff as well. The other thing we could do is actually progress some more of the story. So kind of why I didn't want to go into Route 3 and 4 yet, because I can use those battles to level up anything that needs evolving a little bit. If that makes sense. So that's one thinking. If you do raid dens, you can just choose not to catch, but it would still get rewards. Yes, but I think the thing is it counts as encounters. That's the problem. A bit like the DAs, they count as an encounter or a battle. So that's why I try not to include them too much. So it might be a case of you can go and do them if the Pokemon are collected, or if, for example, we both got a shiny Squovit today, in the updates we can say there are 2 Squovits, one is being evolved. Don't go for Squovit. I'm just using those 2 as the easiest example. But that's what I mean. So if that is the case, if you ever get something that will need to be evolved in time, feel free just to put it in. I don't know if you can type in the updates page, but feel free to put it in the updates page to say it will be getting evolved. Just so everyone sort of knows that it might not be in right now, but it will be getting done. It could be something as simple as putting the picture that you've caught it, but put the picture and put to be evolved. And if it takes a couple of days, it takes a couple of days. It's not the end of the world. I think though with the diorite ore you might be able to get lots of candy. Okay, we've hit some Adlands again. We are getting slower. Definitely getting slower. But that's okay. Right. We always seem to fall off a bit in the second half, which is why we usually cap at about 5 hours, which I think will be the total today. It does help that I do have to go somewhere this evening, afternoon, evening. So I won't be around for much. And I forgot to clean some shoes. Gotta look smart at an engagement party, right? But that, like, there's probably stuff on the grounds we could use. And again, we have said the Cramomatic. If we do progress the storyline, we get the Cramomatic. And we might be able to add Porygon to the breeding segment as well. Because I think you get a Porygon for completing the Cramomatic, right? If I'm not mistaken. We do also have to add all of the Alolan forms with the exception of Raichu and Marowak. And we need 2 of most of them. But I don't think we can get Diglett early. We won't be able to get the Alolan Diglett until we have got more into the story. Until we get the bike, because a lot of them are on the island or require floating water bike to reach. So that's a couple of things. So I think you need to get all one. I think it's all 150, isn't it, to get the Diglett? So that one has to have a little asterisk next to it. I'm trying to remember what the other exclusives are, or regional ones, like, does making curries give XP? That is an idea. The curries could work. It does give a crazy amount of XP. I know this from doing the ones yesterday. So good shout there, good shout. No, in our luck, we'll do that and the shiny will turn up in a curry. We will accept curry shinies, they are full odds. I will say that. Curries are the full odds. So that is perfectly fine. But like, we could probably do the whole Urshifu storyline if we wanted to now. There's nothing stopping us. Or at least get the Urshifu. I don't know if you have to actually evolve it to get the Porygon or not. That's something I guess we gotta check. Like, Hoot Hoot is the thing I want the least from here, because Hoot Hoot is an overworld spawn on half of the wild area. So I'm not too worried if we get that. Like, it's just this. I think Grubbin might turn up in the thunderstorms, but I can't say for sure. Blipbug is a nice one to get, but as we've said before, is on every bit of grass on the Isle of Armor. So I expect Blipbug to not be a problem. But I think Caterpie is the one that's going to have the most people hunting for it. But we will get this. We will. Today, maybe. Tomorrow, preferably not. Watch me get a Butterfree and an Orbeetle shiny tomorrow. Just for comedy. Or a Greedent or something like that in a DA. But I feel if it's my challenge, I should get the first shiny, right? That's how it should be. Or not. We'll see. We will see. I'm sure I probably missed a couple of encounters, so that's why the number's not too essential. I swear I've run into that Wooloo about 7 times and it not been a Wooloo. Got saved by the tiniest of canopies. Come on, let's go. Let's get this shiny. I guess if nobody's got a shiny, still technically a solo project, right? But if I'm being honest, I half expect Pokemon Gamer to get a shiny first. It usually pops off with all these events. It's usually his speciality. But again, if you do have access to 2 saves and you feel like doing 2 saves, you are more than welcome. 2 systems at once. There's no rule that says it has to be just one. I used all my luck on the bingo board earlier. And which one was on the bingo board? I haven't had a proper look at it. I did see you got something today, right? Or overnight. So I accepted it into Dex 2026. Was it you? Yeah. No. I swear I had some. It was Phantom. Was it Phantom? No, that was them. I finished a column in bingo already. Wow. GG. GG. I got a point without even getting a shiny. It was funny. I think he took my point off. But I want to try and do a bit of it, but I don't know where to hunt for most of the stuff. What is our... I'll look at the bingo board later. Got to stop being distracted now that I've got to do all the other stuff. And I have like an hour to figure out how everything works. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Be kind of bad doing Scarlet Violet for mine since they're so easy. That's the thing. Sometimes, like, there's always going to be some that are very difficult. So don't worry too much. Stuffle in the chats if you would like a stuffle. So I think for the most part, but at least I avoid doing anything other than encounter power sandwiches. Yeah, the thing is, at the beginning of the month, they quite often do a bit of the sandwich hunting. So don't worry too much about it, but they end up pushing themselves for the more difficult ones. Any shinies? No, Mrs. Astra. What about for you? Any shinies? Did we finally get one? Or are the bees? Not the bees! I kind of think Combie's quite a difficult one. But you found a place to do it, so that's good. Or are you doing something else? But not the bees. But it is only day one, Mrs. Astra, so I don't expect shinies on day one. I went for some Pokemon that I used in Nuzlocke and Wooloo because I wanted the... Everybody wants the Wooloo, it's funny. So many people want Wooloo. My plan was random encounters on the one patch of grass where Combee spawn until they spawn. Okay. Fair enough. That makes sense. There are some quite fun static ones to do in the wild area. You may have remembered we did the P-Dove. There's a spawn that is basically 75% P-Dove, 25 Butterfree. And that was really fun to do that one. And they're really low level. So I'll go there every time and see what happens. Okay. Nice. This Astro is going to get the bees. We're all after the bucks. I think my goal is to hit 1,500. Anything else is a bonus. Nice. We'll assign you Wishy-Washy as well, right? I can't wait for the fossil round. When do I get the trainer cards? I think you should have it pretty early. Is that a trick? I think it's a 5% fishing encounter. So you probably have to just do the very first bit of the story. So get Fly. Go and get Fly. That will help you out a lot. But everybody wants the Wooloo. It's going to be a Wooloo race between you all. But at least we'll do something simple tomorrow, like Dynamax Adventures. Right. That we can all handle. I don't know what legendary we're going for because I think some of it depends on what the Shiny League is this week. I feel there's got to be at least one more week. No, we've only done... This is week 5, isn't it? And I completely forgot what all the types we've done are. So that's not helpful. Not the bag. Not the bag. We don't need to go in the bag. But you never know. We may be able to turn this around eventually. There might be a chance. Should I do some DAs or BDSP hunt? It is up to you. What do you need in BDSP? And when you say BDSP hunting, is that soft resetting or radar? I guess. You're hunting wormpool, forest, double grass. Well, what about doing DAs on one and the grass on the other? Then you can do a bit of both. Is that an option? Didn't want to run into you, but whatever. Rookety it is. Or you could do fire red, leaf green. You've got a lot of options. What about sword and shield? Maybe a little bit of DAs, I guess. Tapu Koko it is. Very nice. Good luck. We all know who got the Tapu Koko last time. I've got a legendary in DAs for the last 3 Sundays in a row we've done DAs. Can we make it 4 for 4 this week? That's the question. We finally got the Blacephalon. I felt like I was on that sort of number for Blacephalon. Is that, when you say 276, is that the actual DA number or the number you're checking if you're doing it in duels? Or more than one console? I guess you need to get Mr. Belgium's luck. He got the Guzzlord, I think he said yesterday. Well, yeah, he said it today. He got it yesterday. Like I said he would. We are down to the last 25 encounters of the day. Chicago checks via 2 consoles, that's 138. Okay. I'm sure you'll get it too, though. Like, the thing is, the fact that you've got some so early, this is just evening it out, really, isn't it? Which is where it's frustrating because you don't need many. Because aren't you still down to single figures that you need from DAs? If I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. But I don't know what we're going to do in the DAs tomorrow. I didn't really want to run into Wooloo, but okay, whatever. So I want them done and dusted. You're not going to want to take part in the Full Odds Dynamax Adventure Living Dex Challenge, right? I'm sorry, what? I was sort of joking about doing a Living Dex from Dynamax Adventure Pokemon only. So at the 1 in 300 odds, getting everything again. Everything that can possibly be in DA's shiny. Because we like suffering, I guess. It's probably the best way to put it. No, I'm guessing that's a no then. There is a reason why I set up 4 saves. I'll put it that way. There was a reason. And that might have been it. But yeah, the thing is, I've been working on the idea of so many over-the-top projects. Because while the Switch 2 Shiny Living Dex is fantastic, at the end of the day, it is a solo project where people can pick and choose hunts. They can only really get involved in the DAs. At least with these other options, people can get involved in a bit of everything. And they can get involved in the hunting in this. If there was the DAs, they could get involved with the DAs. If I was to do a radar event for BDSP, it opens up the radar decks. So yeah, that is the slightly crazy theory. Good morning, Oreo. Talking of me talking about crazy theories, and Oreo pops up like it's like, I hear a crazy idea. What's going on? What's going on? I was trying to get it to work, but it went live when I was live, so I'm not quite sure what I did wrong. I've heard it isn't too difficult to set up, but I think I probably missed a step. But there's no point me sitting there trying to figure it out while I'm live. I'm going to have a look after stream to see what could be missing from what I did. As somebody who is doing it, what text line would you use from what I'm doing right now? Would you use go on Ivysaur? Or would you put you've encountered? So you've encountered a wild. Or would you do go on Ivysaur? I know you can do it. So in OBS, make the scene called auto counter gameplay, and then Shiny Dex chooses the visual. I did try to capture the web browser. This is because I won't have Shiny Dex on the system that streams, or that's the problem. I was trying to use my other computer that does have OBS. Don't get me wrong, I have it. Also check 3 people pick Big Blip because as much as I love the book, would be pointless. I've just sort of put Blip Bug because I do need to get the Galar ones. I just wanted as an example. To be honest. But I probably want to go and watch the tutorial before I really go, what did I do wrong? If that makes sense. Because I will be trying to do it so it's watching the web browser of Twitch rather than the actual game, which is still the same as like what you're watching. But I was trying to get it to do that. But I was just wondering which bit of text you think would be best to do. More than anything. I got one side is saying do you encountered a wild, and I was going with go on Ivysaur. I got you the encountered. Okay, we will look at doing that one then. So I thought I'd set it up, but it didn't seem to register it. But it might have just needed some refreshing and stuff. I can try it all offline because I can just play a VOD on the laptop, put OBS, put the virtual camera, put the decks up, and it should pick it up still. Technically, it's not necessarily reading your gameplay, it's reading a video, isn't it? So it should still be the same thing. Still going to be picking up the same picture. But I've seen a couple of people say they've got it working. So that's good. I'm going to probably stop at 1.5 anyway. But as you may guess, there has not been a shiny yet. So that's what we've learnt. No shinies. That is 1,500. Let's just do this very quickly before we finish up. I'm going to run out of the grass. You can follow along with Level Up Oreo, who is doing a shiny living dex in Heart Gold Soul Silver. He is busy headbutting trees, running in bushes, and being chased by Spearows. But you can see how far things go. There is also a Colosseum living dex going on, and of course, there's plenty of joy. You will enjoy his company. So hopefully you can give a little bit of time to support the bird keeper himself, however much he hates that name. I don't know if you saw this as well, but I made myself a new emote. Um, we got a Halo emote. Lance, because he ain't no dragon tamer. No, well, he does have a Charizard. There is the Draco log in the chat if you are interested. We'll wait for that spawn to finish and then we will go and see who we can say hello to. Doesn't help his case. Well, if it was Mega, it could be. Right? I will look to add a couple more people to the event page, as I know a couple more people have said they would like to join. So we will be doing that. Let's see who is on. Let's just, shall we go and see if Bulbasaur decides to show up today. We got a couple of catches. Shall we go see if Bulbasaur appears? I think we should. So we'll go and see Brie, who is doing Lab Simulator, looking for her Bulbasaur. So thank you to everyone for getting involved in this challenge. It does mean a lot that it has gained a little bit of interest. I wish you all good luck if you are going to continue shiny hunting today. We are going to be back with Dynamax Adventures tomorrow. I want to thank Poke Master Link and Mystic Fox for the raids today. Everybody for collecting their daily gym badges. The Elite Four for helping out in the background. And I hope you have a great... Oh, Mrs. Astro nearly forgot her badge. I hope you have a good, great rest of your weekend. As I say, back for DAs tomorrow. Both the Astros try to forget them. Now let's go and see if we can support Brie on the Bulbasaur hunt. But have a good day, and I will not be around much of today, so if there are any questions, please bear with me. They will be late responding to them. Have a good day, and goodbye.